Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to welcome you all here and to welcome Claudio Abbado in his own theatre. We have organized this conference because he's always present here. There isn't a single day without us all talking about him. And for me, of course, it is a rather peculiar moment because I have many friends here. These are all friends to music, friends from the Abbado Foundation, and Carlo Sciai, and Claudio Abbado. I have seen him conduct a lot of times, the first fourth by Mahler, and the first sixth, and the first Wozzeck conducted, and the first time I came to this theatre for Lohengrin, he was there. When I was young, we went in a pilgrimage to follow Maestro Abbado. And Abbado has remained an important persona in the world of music, of our music. I talked about him with his son in Wien. We published some tapes of works that he conducted there. I hope that we can do the same here in Milan, because there are lots of dormant treasures. And we would like to hand over these treasures to all those who love music. And these treasures should not lay dormant. Our task is to publish them, and I believe that this is not going to be too complicated. Today, we're going to be talking about Abbado's role within our contemporary music. There's a lot to be said about it, and we have gathered here people whom were friends, used to know him, are learned in this matter, and are keen on the history of music. And I'm very, very glad to welcome you all. And so I leave you the floor, and I hope that the discussion is going to be interesting, and this day will leave a trace in all of us. So my best wishes to you all. Good morning. Good. Welcome to you all. And I see here that there are lots of people who have known and loved Maestro Claudio Abbado. And my task is only that of chairing this session and give the floor to an important number of people who met and knew Claudio Abbado. Unfortunately, and because of health reasons, Maestro Maurizio Pollini was unable to attend. And before beginning, I would invite Mrs. Cecilia Balestra to read the page that Maestro Pollini wanted to send us as a statement that he delivers on the works of one of the major artists Maurizio Pollini worked with, and he created an artistic tie, which is a honor for Italy. Mrs. Cecilia Balestra from Milano Musica is one of the organizers of this conference, together with the Claudio Abbado Foundation and the Teatro, alla Scala. Maestro Maurizio Pollini writes, "I'm very sorry that because of health reasons it is impossible for me to attend this conference devoted to the work of Claudio Abbado. The presence of Maestro Claudio Claudio Abbado in the musical lives of many countries was extremely important for many years. Naming all the salient moments is impossible because there are too many, but it is possible to remind you all of some of them which were particularly important. In the opera repertoire, I'd like to quote Simon Boccanegra, that thanks to Abbado's interpretation is part of the great important works by Verdi. I would like to talk about Rossinian repertoire at the very beginning with Barbiere and Cenerentola, followed by the wonderful execution of Viaggio a Reims. And I'd like to remind you of Boris, presented in various moments with three different directors. The first, Lubimov, who came to Italy for the first time to work on the opera De Gran Sole Carico d'Amore by Luigi Nono. I also would like to quote Pelléas et Méliandre by Vitesse. And I have to talk about Abbado's dedication for the music of the 1900, began with Atom taught by Giacomo Banzoni, Bartók, Stravinsky, and the composers of the School of Vienna, Berg with Wozzeck, and the three pieces by orchestra. The presence of artists like Luigi Nono with the first execution of Como una ola, the Fuerza y Luz, until the unique experience by Prometheus. Claudio Abbado was also a great planner. At the very beginning of his presence here at the Scala, presented all Bruckner and Mahler's symphonies, which was an important event, not only for Italy, but elsewhere. And of course, he devoted himself to much music in the 1900s. He went to London, he went to Vienna, where he founded the Wien Modern Festival, and Berlin presented important cycles. Maestro Abbado also loved to found and conduct new orchestras made by young people, in particular the Chamber Orchestra of Europe, the Gustav Mahler Jugend Orchestra, and the Orchestra Mozart. Founded also the Lucerne Festival Orchestra, composed by wonderful artists, and this was the perfect fusion. With this orchestra, he conducted all Mahler's symphonies, and he became a great Mahlerian interpreter. It is very hard, if not impossible, to describe his own art, his diving deep into composers and his freedom in terms of interpretation. I am and will always be very grateful to Claudio Abbado for the magnificent collaboration in many concerts and for the fact that we have always walked hands in hands to work on getting to a better understanding of an author, and with the excitement which was basic to our encounters and supported him in his life and music. Signed by Maurizio Pollini. Thank you. Right. It is indeed my task to say that Pollini made a wonderful summary of Claudio Abbado's work. And we are going to have our guests today talking about it. I don't want to explain to you the very meaning and of the title of this conference, Listening to the Future, Claudio Abbado and the New. This is going to be further discussed during our work by people who are very much authoritative and in a position of talking about it. I'd like to remind you of one small piece of information about Maestro Claudio Abbado. He had lots of honors. He was indeed an Honoris Causa PhD at Cambridge, and I personally remember that usually he did not pay a great deal of attention to all his honors. And once he told me they want to give me a baton in gold, but what do I do with that? But there was a prize which he was awarded. He used to remember with a great deal of passion and nostalgia a small group of young people from the Lions Club gave him a short golden snapshot of La Scala, and he used to treasure that with a great deal of passion. And this was being written in the book that was indeed published many years ago when he wasn't as yet ill, and I have read it once more with a great deal of attention, as much as he did, and this is definitely true. The honor that Claudio Abbado used to remember with greatest passion was this golden snapshot of La Scala, which was his first home, the venue where he began his extraordinary career, and he went all over the world after this, and he was one of the leading figures of the Italian art in the world. And in this room, named after Maestro Arturo Toscanini, we may say today that Maestro Claudio Abbado contributed to tell to the world that Italy is not just a country of great painters, architects, people from the Renaissance and composers, but it's also the country of great conductors. It is a profession, it is an art which the world identifies with our tradition, with our Italian tradition. And at this point, I shall stop because, of course, I need to give the floor to our guests. First of all, the musical director of the Teatro, alla Scala, Maestro Riccardo Sciai, who is really one of the best people who may talk about him, because he was his assistant in his 70s and his direct successor in Lucerne, and indirect successor here at the Teatro alla Scala. You used to be friends and colleagues, and it is only Maestro Sciai who can tell us something about how great Claudio Abbado was.
Buongiorno. Io ho preso qualche appunto perché al di là della soddisfazione.
I have written a few notes because over and beyond the satisfaction, whether we are in our theatre and host the project of Milano Musica and Abbado Foundation, for me has a very personal meaning, because everything stems from this very building. The first time I listened to Maestro Claudio Abbado was in Don Carlo in 1968. I'd like to give you a few flashbacks. He left a very profound mark in this theatre, not only for his performances, as Maurizio has pointed out in his letter, but because of what we lived with him. So I'm not going to mention chronologically all the events, but I would like to focus on the years I was a young guy and went to this theatre. It started with Don Carlo in 1968, but the first time I had the chance of discovering the Barbiere di Siviglia was in 1970, when Claudio really, indeed, made a turning point of the interpretation of Rossini. This was a point of no return, and it is a reference for all of us today. This is wonderful passage in terms of the evolution of interpretation by Rossini. Tonight I'm closing with the last performance of the Barbiere di Siviglia for this season. Starting from this title, I started my friendship with Claudio Abbado, Cenerentola, Simone, Aida in 1971 were very meaningful in terms of interpretation of Verdi, but I can tell you that in 1971, when he conducted for the first time Wozzeck with Wierman and Svoboda, I was able to be present to all the reading rehearsals with the orchestra together with Claudio, and he agreed to let me literally copy all the marks on his score at each single rehearsal interval. I went on stage and I had his permission to copy whatever he marked down on the score. He did not use to mark scores too much, as I do, or as many other conductors do. But in Wozzeck, the number of signs and references in terms of his interpretation thought became very evident. And for me, ever since, this remained the ideal interpretation. I shall never forget how moved I was when I listened for the first time to the performance of this Wozzeck in 1971, and never again had the deep feeling of the final intermezzo on Act 3 and the greatness of the interpretation to that particular page. Probably I was able to hear again what I used to listen to Eric Kleiberg, who was the ideal interpreter by Wozzeck, and this passage of the Malerian culture was to be transferred within a miraculous score as Wozzeck. That's what I felt with Abbado, this idea of deep diving into the stylistic passage by Mahler's music into an extraordinarily dodecaphonic, a new language as Wozzeck. In 1972, he calls me to be his assistant to his symphonic concerts. For me, this meant, rather than conducting the La Scala orchestra, which I did on many occasions, such as, for instance, the Brahms cycle, where I had wonderful readings with the orchestra, but it was a way of getting close to him, because it taught me how to address the world of Brahmsian sounds, how to use the Middle European culture. With his blue pen, he marked down on my pocketable scores, because I didn't use as yet my spectacle, and so I could read them all the Middle European tradition of the fifth chord, which is a very important fact in Brahms, and it's a kind of sound identity. This is an example to have you understand how important it was in those years to get closer to all the Mahlerian performances of the first cycle of the Mahlerian symphonies in Italy, which was then added by extraordinary performances such as those by Leonard Bernstein with the Ninth Symphony, or Jirozawa, etc. All these unforgettable passages wanted by him. He planned this cycle of symphonies, which he did not as yet conduct, and called these great guests. The passage of Prokofiev's Melorans gave me a listening experience of how he concerted the third symphony by Prokofiev, the third movement, which was so surprising at that time because it was a modern writing in those years. The capillary attention that he gave to each single phrase was for me an outstanding example, and as much important for me was to discover Claudio as a Stravinskian interpreter. Rossini and Stravinsky were my classmates ever since I was a boy, but his own interpretations of all authors talking about Stravinsky, Oedipus in the 80s, anticipated by Sophocles' tragedy with Albertazzi and Proclaimer. He had this prose coupled with Gabrieli's music and Oedipus in the second part of the evening, which I will never forget. I find in him an couple of other things. 1982, he founded the Philharmonic Orchestra at La Scala. I was there when he performed the Third Symphony by Mahler, and I have to say that here in 2022 we will celebrate the 40th anniversary of the Philharmonic Orchestra. All this would not be possible without him. This should never be forgotten, because he had drawn a formidable musical element, the Philharmonic Orchestra of the La Scala Theatre, and Angian will talk about it, and our friends will expand on this, on how he enlarged his ideas and perspectives to have new projects and new orchestras. I stop by saying that he did not interpret, but rather reinterpreted all the authors. It was an ever-changing and developing interpretation in parallel to his conducting technique. If you had followed Claudio, as I did at that time, might have noted a growth of his own conducting technique. It was always extraordinary on his right hand, but the evolution over the years of the beauty, of the softness, the musicality, the dynamic attention of his left hand. This evolution for me was in parallel with many authors, from Beethoven to Schumann, and we may continue, but I don't want to quote long lists here. I just want to add that he was a great conductor in the 1900s. Prokofiev, Berger, Stravinsky, Debussy, the Nocturnes, de la Mer. When I was young, I had to conduct Sirene before him, because he wanted to go into the theater to listen to the female choir, because he wanted to listen to the rendering of Debussy. I had the guts, and I was very shy and very ashamed to conduct before him. And then Daphne and Chloe by Ravel. And last but not least, Di Nono. We talked about Di Nono and Como una jola de fuerza y luz. I was there at all rehearsals with him, Maurizio, and Tascova Paoletti. The attention of the performance was as if it were Mahler or Brahms. Minute, detailed, very careful in terms of the weight of the symphonic performance, and the same for the Canto Sospeso by Nono. And one thing more, in October 2012, when he came back eventually to La Scala to perform the Sixth by Mahler with the Philharmonic Orchestra and the Mahler Orchestra. This was the last time I saw him, and I had the pleasure of hugging him physically during the interval. We talked about the future. We talked about a comeback to the opera. Unfortunately, this never happened. And I also remember the number of private meetings between the two of us here in Milan, in London, in Vienna, in Edinburgh, and in Chicago. Because in those years, I used to work at the Chicago Opera, and he came regularly to the Chicago Symphony, and we met and we spent wonderful evenings together. And the what happened, as you have pointed out before, with the orchestra of the Lucerne Festival, upon invitation by Michel Effliger, gave me the chance to see, since I was working with musicians who are more or less the same ones, except for some people coming from La Scala whom I wanted to bring over to the Lucerne Orchestra, the feeling of joy of making music together, not only the idea of listening to oneself and the idea of listening to yourself remained again in the music that we produce in Lucerne, but the meaning of being among friends for the joy, preparation is to be taken for granted, the fantastic quality of the ensemble is to be taken for granted, knowing what he did with Mahler's music in Lucerne and not only with Bruckner and many other performances as well, but the spirit by Claudio, which I discovered when I was young and found absolutely be the same when I took in my hands the great tradition of the Lucerne Festival. So it is particularly important for me and very touching and profoundly meaningful to be here with us to comment what Claudio used to be, unforgettable by me and by this theatre. Thank you very much for your attention.
Actually, I'd love to take advantage of the presence of Maestro Chaillet today. Unfortunately, at some point, he will have to go. He will have to leave us for work reasons. But I'd love to ask a question. So if we take the history of music needs to be renewed when it comes to the interpretation. And indeed, Claudio Abbado was a real pioneer in reinterpreting. At the same time, though, listeners and music lovers perhaps do not accept or welcome such renewal because they're so much very used to the tradition. You know, Boulez was not appreciated at the very beginning. So when you are interpreters, when you are performers of such renewed works, how about your approach to it? How approach to innovation? Well, actually, I don't want to answer wearing my own shoes, but actually I'd love to say what Claudio Abbado did when it came to reinterpreting. Because if you listen to one of the performances I mentioned, Daphne Chloe or Ravel, or the recordings of some pieces that he was conducting in only when recording the Last Noble Sentimental, you can really perceive the meaning of color. And it's easy to say, okay, let's innovate, let's renew. Well, you may also renew if you really deep dive into the heart of a score, of a music score. And what I do sometimes struggle with is trying to necessarily go beyond the phrasing, because that becomes a kind of a triumph of the ego, which is not what I appreciate when it comes to interpretation. Claudio Abbado has been completely respectful of music scores, deep diving into the score itself, whilst still being revolutionary in his interpretation. And that is perhaps because we were used to not so perfect execution, not so profound execution, and not so profoundly, let's say, agreed upon. Boulez has been the very key example on that. But Claudio, with his own personality and with his own spirit, you know, we would say of Claudio that he was a great intellectual. Yeah, indeed he was. But whilst he was conducting, the moment the climax was needed, well, he had this beautiful, unbelievable intensity. And this is something that is often overlooked. And we should always remind that. We should always say that, because intensity was never missing. And this was something that would make him very unique in his interpretation. Of course, I understand. And there's another interesting aspect around this. So when we talk through important, famous performers, let's say, well, some performers decide to kind of go all the way through the repertoire, whereas some other performers, they want to go back on the repertoire. And he was one of these last. So he didn't necessarily want to conduct all the operas from Verdi, but he was rather focusing on a number of operas from certain composers. Well, that is indeed what you just said. So kind of reinterpreting oneself. Each and every time he would conduct Barbiere di Siviglia or Simon Boccanegra, we were always there, of course, and I can tell you that we would perceive that he was constantly seeking for something different. It was not just a maths exercise, just repeating himself. And musicians of La Scala, they know this very well. He didn't know to speak too much during rehearsal. He was still very clear in his music intentions, with a very unique gesture, but he would not speak much, you know? He didn't want to tell the whole thing about it verbally. But still, this verbal transmission would still take place. And this was a kind of a perception that we would get. And I remember myself as a younger conductor. So there has been an evolution from Bach, Mozart, Pergolesi. He was evolving, and then of course he was a great interpreter of Beethoven as well, and he was constantly improving. And why? Because he would never take things for granted. He would never said that he had come to any achievement. And this is where his uniqueness really lies in. And this is why he would go back on the same pieces without perhaps broadening up the horizon of the same composer too much. Okay, I have one very last question. I remember Bodanza as one of my colleagues at the music school, at the Conservatorio. And Bodanza used to say that during the rehearsal, Claudio Abbado would pay attention to the way musicians would interpret a certain phrasing, a certain moment of the score. He would deep dive into the humanism of the musician, of each and every one. So he would listen, of course, he would correct if there were some mistakes or anything, but in the meantime, he was still trying to appreciate the musicality of that single musician. And then starting from that, he would deliver his own full interpretation. Is this really the case? Is it something that you have observed as well, or that it was broadly observed? Well, I'm being very straight to the point. You know, he would ask people, you should listen to yourself. And actually, he was the very first one doing it. So the whole thing would start from himself. He would listen in the first reading and the way musicians would play it. And after that first reading and listening, then he would step in as an interpreter, as a conductor. So when he was establishing young orchestras, he would ask musicians to listen to themselves, but that was something that he would indeed did himself in the first place. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. Your words been so interesting, and I'm so very grateful. Actually, I do have a question. Well, I do have a number of questions also for Michel Effiger, whom I see here. He is the artistic director of Lucerne Festival. He's been in this role for over 20 years, and And perhaps he was indeed one of the closest person to Claudio Abbado in the very last part of his career. Lucerne executions, Lucerne performances have been greatly loved, and they're still very much followed and looked on YouTube. So a number of views, endless number of views actually. So I'd love to ask Michel Epfliger. He will be speaking English, by the way. So if any of you do not understand English, you may take advantage of the simultaneous translation into Italian. So my question is, if you can perhaps summarize the reality to him. So what does Claudio Abbado represent for you? And if I may, I will actually ask him additional questions right after. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I was not just 3 days ago not aware I should give a speech or not a speech, and I thought I will not call it a speech, but just some reflections on Claudio Abbado, how he appeared to me personally. So please excuse me if these may be very personal reflections. Maybe they're true, maybe they're not true, but I think there's something definitely behind a little bit what I thought. You all know that there's this famous quote, caminante no hay caminos, hay que caminar. It's a quote Luigi Nono found apparently on a monastery in Spain. And it's also a work by one of his late important works, in which he reflects about the fact that there are no ways and you have to find them. And I think that this quote seems to me personally to be one of the cornerstones in understanding the philosophical dimensions of the artistry of Claudio Abbado. In his multifaceted work as an artist, conductor, and creator, Claudio Abbado has always tried to search for the unknown and thus for modernity. The searching for him meant modernity, meant being a modern artist. Whether it was in contemporary music itself, in world premieres, or re-world premieres, or whether in the interpretation of works from the existing repertoire, such as Bruckner, Mahler, and many others, of course. He, Claudio Abbado, went about his search not as a scientist, not with a million formulas in his mind, but rather with a unique artistic curiosity and a strong sense for new musical ideas. Thus, Claudio Abbado did not seek perfection in an absolute dimension. He was not a spokesman for an absolutarian approach in musical interpretation. His aim was much more focused in trying to define the unforeseen and the unexpected. It takes an incredible inner security to open yourself to unknown processes, to uncertainty, and to take risks in trying out new ways, new dimensions. Claudio Abbado had the unique ability to do just that, and without safety nets. As we all know, Claudio Abbado possessed a great talent in realizing many of his artistic dreams and visions. He was a true pioneer in creating outstanding new orchestras, festivals, and organizations up to the very last days of his life. The world never stood still for Claudio Abbado. There was always a new project, a new idea in his head. In Lucerne, we experienced many unforgettable concerts with Claudio Abbado, starting with his debut with the Swiss Festival Orchestra in 1966, great concerts with the London Symphony Orchestra, the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra, with the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra, but also with orchestras such as the Gustav Mahler Youth Orchestra, which he founded. And, of course, the founding of the Lucerne Festival Orchestra in summer 2003, which was his initiative. The start of the Lucerne Festival Orchestra created a strong and independent entity within the festival and allowed the festival to grow into unknown artistic dimensions. Dimensions which we ourselves in Lucerne could have never imagined. We are ever so thankful to Claudio Abbado for having brought this great gift to us and for having created some of the most memorable artistic experiences at Lucerne Festival ever. Grazie.
Ecco, capisce.
Well, he understands Italian very well, so I'm asking you the questions in Italian. Can you tell us something about the founding of the Lucerne Festival? How you indeed think that Claudio accomplished this and founded this orchestra in Lucerne? I'm sorry, I shall speak English because it's a language I'm more fluent in.
Period when I got a call from Salzburg Festival, Easter Festival, from the director of the Easter Festival in 2000, asking me to come for dinner with Claudio Abbado in Salzburg. And I thought, you know, why should I go to see Claudio Abbado in Salzburg? And it was interesting. We went to have dinner and he proposed, he said, you know, once there was the Swiss Festival Orchestra, I conducted it. There was Aurel Nicolet as solo flute, Heinz Holliger as the solo oboe, and Schneiderhahn in concertmaster. So my dream is to recreate a new festival of friends as the new festival orchestra. And he spoke about it, and was what I mentioned before is the vision was there. He heard the orchestra before anybody else heard it, and there was no arguing. There was no, well, I think it's going to be very difficult, or maybe we don't do it. There was this feeling, it will happen. It's going to happen. And it was this conviction that brought us all in Lucerne on this road, on this unknown road, as I just explained a little bit before. And we didn't know how exactly the road would go, but we made the road. And it was a new project. By the way, with a budget of 2 million, which was not easy to create. We found the sponsors, we found the donors who gave money to it, and we had a new project, we had a new way. And nobody expected it to sound the way it did. But there was only one person who knew how it was going to sound. Maybe not all, but he was certain that this was the new way.
Al Festival di Lucerna è riuscito.
And did Claudio Abbado make it possible for the festival to schedule pieces of contemporary music?
Some very interesting productions. I remember, of course, we did the Prometeo Suite by Luigi Nono, which is a smaller version of the big Prometeo. And we also did by Giorgio Battistelli. The sort of opera work, which was actually directed by Daniele Abbado. I think he's somewhere here. Yeah, it was a crazy time. And we connected it with other works, but we did the Experimento Mundi, which is a workers' union work. And there you also saw a very interesting connection, which I think Claudio Abbado, Maurizio Pollini, and Luigi Nono designed. Their dream was to create a futuristic musical avant-garde and connect it with the spirit of the workers on the street. And Experimento Mundi is really quite a unique work in combining these forces. On one hand, the elitarian, avant-garde musical thinking, on the other hand, the work of the daily workers on the street, and connecting this and creating an ease. And when I heard about the piece, I thought, this is going to be strange. But when I saw it happen and how it happened, and also the normal attitude in which Claudio Abbado stood in this work, how he felt himself being one of the workers in the play, in the work, how he made, in the modern sense of verismo, made this become a reality action. And that was quite fascinating. I understood a lot more about his art, about his convictions, and that was a fascinating production we did.
Avrei ancora un'ultima domanda.
And I have a very last question to you. Given that you were able to follow all the rehearsals from the beginning to the concert, well, many people tell that it was very interesting to be able to understand that the concert for Claudio Abbado was always this Punkt. That is, he was able to reach something more, to change something more compared to the last rehearsal before the concert was being staged. Is it true, based upon your own experience from the Lucerne concerts? Can we say so?
The concerts with Claudio were with the high points. And as we know also maybe from some other conductors, the concerts are not always the high points, maybe the general rehearsal or one part of the first rehearsal or second. But with him, it was always the concert was between the dress and the concert. There was a big, still, leap ahead. Now, Claudio was not a man of many words. He did not come to a rehearsal with 2 papers prepared of what he was going to say to the orchestra. But as I said before, maybe he was a little bit a searcher. Okay, we're here today. He feels what the orchestra is like. He feels what the orchestra sounds like. He plays, he takes it there and takes it there. And he tries out, but he doesn't have this strategically, totally determined plan, like we have in business, for instance, or we want to have everywhere else. But he came and he listened. He saw what the players were like, what mood, what was the atmosphere, and he felt inspirationally what he should do. And then he was able to see, where is the concert going to be? Where can I take it? And what should I achieve in a rehearsal, which is the moment preparing for the concert? So I always said when somebody came, maybe sometimes from the musicians who might have been a little bit impatient about something, or they felt something was not rehearsed as they would have wished to, I always said, calmo, calmo. Let's see tonight. And it was, again and again, it proved itself right. Let it happen, and he was the true master of achieving the height in the moment when the height should be achieved in the concert.
Thank you very much. Prima della
So before the pause, which we are going to make in a few minutes, I really wanted to give the floor to Dr. Thomas Angian, who is and was intendant that for 32 years of the Gesellschaft Musikfreund, the musical heart of Vienna, and one of the big musical hearts in the world. He was very important also in terms of his relationship with Claudio Abbado, because he was one of the founders of the Gustav Mahler Jugend Orchestra, the most Middle European of all orchestras ever founded. He was the president of even Modern and also chairman of Siemens Stiftung, the Siemens Foundation, very active and very proactive in terms of culture. He was hugely close to Claudio Abbado, especially between 1986 and 1991, the years of Wien, and also the New Year's Eve concerts, yes. He will speak Italian. He is very fluent in Italian, and he will definitely give us an Austrian, but a Viennese image of Claudio Abbado. First of all, I apologize for my Italian. Sometimes I miss the words, but I shall try to do my best. Indeed, we, my wife and I, met Claudio Abbado well before becoming intendant of the Musikverein. I used to work for 10 years for the Music Jugend Stiftung in Austria, and at that time we met Claudio Abbado in 1979, I believe, in London, when he was conducting the London Symphony Orchestra to prepare a tour in 1985, a tour of the orchestra, the European Youth Orchestra, and this was a tour that was split between Claudio Abbado and Leonard Bernstein. He went to Japan with the orchestra to play Kaddish 40 years later on the day of the celebration of Hiroshima, and upon returning, Claudio Abbado had concerts in Vienna, Berlin, and London, etc. Anyway, the choir of the youth orchestra, which was conducted by Bernstein and Abbado, made it possible for us to go to London, and our friendship continued. I remember very well the Viaggio a Reims, which we saw here at La Scala and then was brought to Vienna. And when he came to Vienna, the city was going through a change, because first of all, his comment was, well, listen, this is a very important city for music, but that's music of the past. You have to do something. You have a splendid philharmonic orchestra, but we have to do something for young musicians, for young people. So he came in 1986. On the same year, he founded the Gustav Mahler Youth Orchestra when borders were still closed because the Berlin Wall was still there. And he said, well, forget about the wall. Let's set up an orchestra dating back to the old Austrian and Hungarian, Czechoslovakian, German orchestra. He used to say, this has to be an orchestra in the Donau area, on Donau River area. Everyone said, well, this is a wonderful idea, but how can we achieve this? The Berlin Wall is still up. And he used to say words that in Vienna everyone listened to, whoever used to know Abbado. Wäre schön, wenn wäre möglich. It would be beautiful, would it be possible, which means I want it, do it, and that's going to be possible, in other words. Now, Hans Landersmann, I remember very well, a great friend to Claudio Abbado, and together with me and him, we founded this youth orchestra, and I always used to think that this was something that I had to do because there were musicians from the Eastern Bloc, from Hungary, from all the other communist countries, remained to live in Austria. And I said, you call the Hungarian, the Czechoslovakian embassy and tell them that that musician remains here. So whoever heard my name at the embassies used to think that there's going to be a problem. And the Concertmeister on the first year was a musician from Prague who remained to live in Vienna and has been playing ever since with the Philharmonic. And the second one is, as I have already said, Vienna is a musical center, but of the past. And so let's organize in autumn a festival of contemporary music. Let us begin with the great composers of the 20th century, and after, why not adding on some new young composers together with great names? And this was the festival that was being set up in 1988. We had Pierre Boulez, George Coutin, George Ligeti, Luigi Nono, and Wolfgang Grimm. And on top of it, the second Viennese school with Schoenberg, Werk and Weber. And he conducted this orchestra with such an intensity and such a schedule which was unprecedented. The program today sounds classical, but at the time it was a revolutionary set of concerts, Liebeslied by Nono, Les Notations, 1 to 4 by Pierre Boulez, Lied Atmosphère, and a first world performance of Wolfgang Gering de Par, and on top of it, for musical schools, 3 pieces by orchestra by Berg, and other concerts with the Chamber Orchestra of Europe, with pieces by Ligeti and Riem, etc. On this very first year, we had also Maestro Chailly and the Baroque Orchestra, and this was the concert by Ligeti, by violoncello and orchestra, and Henri Schift was the soloist. I remember that very well. So you see how Maestro Abbado was there, but he used to invite, as he did with Gustav Mahler Youth Orchestra, he used to invite colleagues to work. And in the second year, we continued with Gerhard, Gubatuling, Bruno Maderna, Stockhausen composers, and young composers from Austria, Karl-Heinz Essel, Albert Lilio, or the Swiss guy, Briard Fouras, who's been living since quite some time in Austria. And it's always different what Claudio Abbado did. Stockhausen with a piece by Herbert Willi, a young composer, whom he wanted to perform in both concert halls, which means that we had to empty the Musikverein and the other, hall, because this cannot be performed on a standard concert hall. And at that time, we did it together with Alexander Pereira, whom you're familiar with, and we kept on saying to him, well, why do you want to perform it in both halls? Because the public of the concert have to listen to it, and the public of the Musikverein have to listen to that. And he started with several other endeavors. He organized some other Bourret's exposition, and there was another opera in a small theatre, Barbier in Blinton, Es ist zu Sonne bei Stockhausen, L'Histoire du Soldat by Stravinsky with Ruth Perkhaus. I remember that well during the dressed rehearsal of the Histoire du Soldat in November 1989. There was a break because the Berlin Wall fell down. During the dressed rehearsal that night, my wife was Ruth Berghaus's assistant on this production. And yes, I might continue for hours, of course, mentioning things. There were Emilio Vedova's exhibitions, Jürgen Messens and Max Weiler, also, many expositions, Berio, Carta 90, Harrison, Hom Chocromati, Olivier Messier in 1991 and in 92, and Ence Schwerzik, and that year he also began working with the Mahler Jugend Orchestra with the festival Wien Modern. First of all, the Jugend Orchestra used to play Gustav Mahler and all the great romantic composers, etc. He began in 1992 for the first time to have Dalla Piccola, Xenakis, Berzani and Henze with the Gustav Mahler Orchestra, and he went on scavenging on contemporary music.
Now, before we break for 10 minutes or so, I'd love to ask another question to Thomas Angian. So, in your view, the passion Claudio Abbado had in founding orchestras, well, of course, in the event of the Jugend Orchestra, Gustav Mahler, the idea was to actually combine together students, musicians coming from the communist area with the capitalist countries to kind of unify the Middle European culture, the way you want to call it. But let's say that he had this passion for pure musicality of young musicians, because he wanted to see, understand, to probe how music would stem from their heart before these young musicians will actually undergo obsolete habits or things that they had been taught by teachers, with very obsolete and up-to-date techniques. Well, I have to say that he had this idea to scout young musicians from many different areas. Of course, right after the Berlin Wall collapse, things were easier. On year one, I think it was 87, 88, it was still very difficult to scout musicians, as Eastern countries will actually allow those young musicians they thought it was good. Perhaps Hungary was a little bit more free, and actually we could go ourselves over to Hungary and listen to young musicians. But what Maestro Abbado would do, he would start from scratch with these young musicians. Of course, he was very familiar with some teachers, the Vienna Philharmonic, and I remember the first violin, for instance. He was the assistant also. He was, let's say, supervising all of the violins in the orchestra, one from La Scala would take care of the woodwinds. So he would have this trust people of his all over to get the orchestra ready. But Abbado was not just there for the last rehearsals. He was there rehearsing twice a day for more than a week. And he would spend a great deal of time with them. He would explain his spirit, his own interpretation, what he wanted to reach out to. I think that orchestra and musicians took great advantage of that. You see, you do sometimes read today, where are these musicians from the Jugend Orchestra? The concertmeister of Claudio Abbado in 90 was Renaud Capuçon. First cello, Gauthier Capuçon. Two names. I could mention a long list of names of musicians who had been part of the Jugend Orchestra from Gustav Mahler. And there's few soloists now, but they're now being soloists in the main orchestra all over the world, I have to say. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So before we hear from Mrs. Brahmani and Mr. Dall'Ongaro, we are breaking for 10 minutes, so very short break, and we're resuming in 10 minutes' time. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are resuming our morning session. I'd like to leave the floor to Maestro Michele Dall'Ungaro. He is President and Superintendent of the Accademia Nazionale Santa Cecilia. He is a musician, musicologist. He's also an organizer of music events, and nobody better than himself can really speak through the modernity of Claudio Abbado. Of course, modernity under many different perspectives and facets, not only because he has invented Vine Moderne, and he's been one of the key interpreter of both modern and contemporary music, but also because he has introduced the very concept of modernity, novelty, at all levels, really. Michele Dall'Ungaro, we'll leave you the floors. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, you said it, indeed. Nobody better than him. And a lot around modernity has been, of Claudio Abbado, has been written by Lidia Bramani as well. So many have extensively written around the modernity. And now, I very much like the titles. And I very much like the titles, listening to the future. I love this title. I would actually recommend a small adjustment, but I will say it in the end. But I'd like to start from a very personal comment. Many years ago, I was perhaps 13, 14 years old. We were playing cards, myself and Claudio Abbado. He won, by the way. And I don't know why, but this question was springing up. Why the symphonies of Tchaikovsky? Why did you record it? And, well, it was a kind of a dull question. But at the same time, that very question included already the evil perception around Puccini, Tchaikovsky, and where the beautiful was very much being counterposed to the evil. So he understood that my question had all of this, although I was very young. So he looked at me with an indulgent expression, and he gave me this answer, which I will actually unveiling at the very end of my speech. So what is it that makes an artist current, up to speed? And what is it that makes obsolete some different artists? Perhaps these people, they're doing their utmost of their efforts to innovate and to be creative. Well, it's not so much about the language, you know. If we take Pasolini and Visconti, they're both current. Well, perhaps Visconti happens to be even more current than Pasolini nowadays. So it's not just about the language. I think it's all about having a vision of the world, of your daily activities, things, the combination between what you do and what you are. And the case of Abbado, this is truly emblematic. And let me just double check my my notes as I speak. So if we take Rossini from Abbado, so Rossini appears to be kind of something that is being unveiled for the first time. And when we listen to his conduction, or else Bartók, Prokofiev, Stravinsky, so the whole of this conduction from Abbado, engraved in stones, rotating around themselves. What I'm saying, there is the root of the sound, the root of neoclassicism somehow. So the ability of reading in yesterday's music today's things, and the other way around. Stockhausen, Schumann, Beethoven and Luigi Nono. Well, it may happen to you as well. It does happen to me often that I think that actually Chopin is answering questions being posed by Schoenberg, and the other way around also. And this was something being explained to me by Carmelo Bene. I remember we were broadcasting on radio Pinocchio from Collodi. And how does it matter if Collodi was born before I did? Well, space and time don't really matter when it comes to art. And the same way, you may have Schoenberg and Chopin having a communication, having a conversation, and and this is exactly what Claudio Abbado does, same way. And even Berio used to say all of the contemporary music is very respectful, is only contemporary if you consider the listener. And actually that is a starting point as well. There's a different perspective, there's a different starting point. Well, there's so many different types of artists, but perhaps two key categories, the performance-based and the project-based. Mendelssohn, Schumann, these are examples coming to my mind. One would open orchestras to young musicians, and the other would write on newspapers and would really try to capture changes in the history and try to understand the young composer's attitude. So this idea that actually music was instrumental to change, and this is project-based. And if there's an artist, project-based, who has literally changed the whole of the appearance of music, is indeed Claudio Abbado. And I don't want to go through a list now, and I would love to skip a list, but there's so many things that Abbado gave us, true gifts. I'd love to mention a few. The creation of new symphony orchestra, Wien Moderne, we spoke about the whole of the room given to younger musicians, to contemporary music, the seasons at Berliner, and these are all very nicely told by the people I mentioned before. The multimedia experimentation, there's very little told around La Casa dei Suoni, Pierino il Lupo. So that willingness to explore unexplored territories, Ferrara Musica, is another example. And often he would take a stand in some specific arguments, even speaking through the environment, for instance, and sustainability, because he did that as well. So, and all of this, by the way, is very close to what other artists did. When Glenn Gould decided to actually retire, he decided he doesn't want to play anymore, and he's experimenting on television. The TV broadcast, TV shows from Gould are revolutionary, truly. And when Pollini is coming up with the Pollini project to do music in a different way, with opposed of just sitting at a piano, playing a piano. And so all of these, and actually Beatrice Rana, a young lady, she started on a project-based attitude as well. This has all been influenced by the way Claudio Abbado has interpreted music and the way music has been executed, not just performed. Those 2 million children in Bologna for Berlioz, and all of those spaces from factories to Reggio Emilia, thanks to Luigi Nono, with whom he collaborated greatly as well. So this willingness of transformation, he was not just tantrum, as an artist, but he would be literally needs, something that he could not get away with. So the way he would scout and select musicians, because he wanted to achieve certain results, certain outcomes. So when we say being current, being up to speed, for Claudio Abbado, it means to change the future, to write the future. And this is why he was being considered contemporary, because the way things were not so much appreciated by him. So any possibility he had to change the future, to go for a different future, it would be instrumental to him to make things go the way he wanted to be. It could be a piece of music, it could be a tree, a garden, children in Venezuela, in Breo. So all of these projects, we have to adopt this very lens. And he it was, this was all because along with many other composers, well, they were kind of coming from a new reality, still very much tied to avant-garde. The radical experience of the neo-avant-garde is still marking society heavily, and unfortunately, perhaps we're now missing some of those classes, of the outcomes of those classes, unfortunately. And the Stockhausen class, and Nono's class, Berio's class as well. The class of a crazy man writing an opera that may last for a week, and he does it, he performs that throughout a whole week. No compromise, no trade-off. He would have endless enemies around him. And then, if you think about Boulez, for instance, you see Abbado has, there's so many examples, Bortolotto and Metzger, or in performers, Pollini, Abbado. This is the class, this is the lesson that we want to learn. So we owe to that neo-avant-garde moment, which is still not being studied deeply enough. Well, we have to say that that very moment has deeply marked artists and eras who has taught us how to be strict when it comes to interpret the future by tying this very value to something that is more aesthetics, because this is beautiful. This rigor is beautiful, So Claudio looked at me while answering my question, and he said, well, because they're beautiful. That was the answer to my question. And change is indeed very beautiful. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you. Abbado used to be the man of utopias, and for him there was no drawbacks. And as you have very well said when it comes to the story about Gruppen. And on the other hand, he didn't even have problems as far as financial considerations were concerned. He used to say that any penny spent on culture will return to sponsors multiplied by 100. And he was right, especially in a country like Italy. Well, I'm asking now the composer, and I'm asking myself this question. He, of course, had his own tastes. He promoted a lot of contemporary music at all levels. Well, not because we are here performing Madina by Fabio Vacchi, but one of the first works was the Calanchi di Sabuno that toured Europe, turned into an orchestra version, and this was by commission, and he wanted that. He had a specific taste when it comes to contemporary or modern music. How might we define, in one way or another, the concept he used to have in terms of modern music? Well, first of all, whatever type of music crossing over a border and marking a change makes a difference. Like Mussorgsky's modern music, where you have Hic sunt leones. There you have Abbado's imprint. And one thing that really struck my attention more than anything else is the adventure of sound. Brahms had his own sound. It wasn't Abbado's. It was a cutting through, very incisive sound, which made a difference from that generation. But it was an immediate sound. It didn't need the softer beginning, as you can see in recordings. He had this soft and at the same time very distinct sound over the his last few years with the orchestra is one of Bossini's metaphor. Oreste, you said on the wireless once that Abbado was like a biker. It was like Valentino Rossi, the champion. And I said, because he is too fast. No, because independently from the bike, his riding is always winning. Abbado, when he used to bring other elements into an orchestra, was able to get this sound, I can't even know how to define it, ethereal, a sound which seems to be inside a cloud, where each single detail is carved in an exemplary and very clear way. And more than once I asked him, how did you get to do that? Because I thought this is one of my extravagant ideas, or it's just a silly thought of mine. And he answered in a way I now understand and tell you now. He said, look, what I'm doing is that I start with cellos, which I love, and when I play with other orchestras, Santa Cecilia, La Scala, etc., you hear the cellos. The cellos are wonderful. So let us hear the sound and do it, and then with violins, and then start with strings. And this very positive contact was convincing after a while, as he used to do, without imposing anything. He convinced the whole orchestra to indeed share this. And if you're asking me this question, is music on the border and a profoundly creative gesture as the one of a true orchestra conductor. I wanted to read Massimo Milla's quotation here, which I found in a book written about him. He said, the way Claudio Abbado conducted clears all the scores of these terrible accents that standard conductors spread around in Verdi's music, treating notes as if they were sticks. The baton of that young gentleman raises the choir in powerful waves of sounds, but these are homogeneous and filled and not just hysteria. And this indeed is exactly in line with your comment, that is the research for sound, the same research for sound that was being mentioned by Mr. Riccardo Sciai. Now, of course, here, Abbado is not just a modern conductor because he loves no, and it's not contemporary just because in one way or another has chosen new ways of performing, but is contemporary in many other ways, one of which you will mention, Madam Lydia Bramani. Now, the interdisciplinarity by Abbado. Lydia Bramani is a musicologist. She's written beautiful books on Mozart, but she has also written 2 books together with Claudio Abbado, Music Above Berlin in the year 2000, and the other one, Music Flows in Berlin in 2015, where Abbado talks about this idea of interdisciplinarity, as we say in Italian, with a word which is not particularly successful. The idea that in actuality music should open up to the world, open up to literature, to painting, and to all the art forms. And these are things that make our life worth living. When it comes to sponsorship, I always mention what Churchill used to say when he was asked to cut expenses, and he said, why are we fighting a war if not for culture? Because these people wanted to cut expenses and funds for culture. And Abbado because of his own way, his humanistic approach in his being a musician has a number of themes, and Abbado in one way or another is also a banner for the new Europe. It was the first non-German conductor conducting the Berliner Philharmonica, and Lydia Bramani will talk about Berlin and the music about Berlin. Yes, in these two books, which in actuality are very much connected because the second book I was asked to rewrite by Abbado was originated because in the first book what we missed were some cycles in Berlin. The first one was a conversation, so I put very little of myself, just questions, very straightforward and to the point, as he used to love, that is very concise but thick. These were the outcome of long conversations, but he always wanted to give a very clear-cut direction to a conversation, and thick as well, because he treasured words, and words are his words, of course, in detail, because Abbado was a man of thought, and he regarded music as a dimension which is part of whatever is human, and he was startled when someone considered or saw music as a closed dimension outside everything else. For him, what was natural was that beauty, because he kept on talking about beauty. It was important for him to define something beautiful, and therefore it's worthwhile fighting to make it happen, perform it, have someone write it, etc. This idea of beauty, as Michele has actually focused on, was absolutely revolutionary, because performing Tchaikovsky simply because it's beautiful in certain years was a kind of a blast. But he was very much more forward thinking than many people used to be. So besides adding some missing cycles focused on Falstaff and Parsifal, he wanted to cut and change some of the things, because what he himself said after 15 years, 12 or 13, because of course we wrote it before, for him was something to be again reviewed and reassessed with a new point of view. And of course, his own experience in Berlin was something that turned me upside down and inside out, because I found myself working with him thanks to the Siemens Foundation, and through them I met Andian and Abbado as well. And I, as a Milanese, used to see Abbado as a myth, but not as a myth who was alive, because I was kind of estranged from him. And this is also a class of modernity, a lesson on modernity and future. There are no myths, no divas, but human beings, rather. But in Milan, you see, when Abbado used to be at La Scala, I was young, but my mum used to take me to La Scala. Maybe we didn't buy so many pairs of shoes, but we used to go to La Scala. So La Scala was not a venue where a certain elite used to go, but in those years there was a true connection with all citizens, and in my opinion this was one of the fantastic gifts that Abbado gave to Milan, made to Milan and to La Scala, and I was a girl when this happened. So I found myself working with this extraordinary man who did all this for Milan, and I had expected him to ask me to do something similar, that is, helping to open up to young people, to workers, to contemporary music. At that time, I used to work with Mrs. Nina Guastoni, who was here for recording, and therefore I was, so to say, an expert on contemporary music before actually devoting myself 100% to Mozart. Well, thanks to him, among other things, because he had to perform a Così fan tutte for Ferrara Musica festival, and with a typical approach and stance which connects me to Berlin, but it wasn't just something that he actually, so to say, staged in Berlin, but elsewhere. He wanted to try to understand how most of the texts on Mozart would address Così fan tutte. Also, the very great Miller did it as a divine opera, operatic word, but with a libretto which had no thickness. And he went to convince me to study and study over and over again, and then we discovered that Ariosto was behind it, and although I had a diploma from a music school here in Milano, I didn't have a clue that this scope was so wide in Mozart. But with the same approach, which came along later compared to when I started to work with him, he said to me that he wanted to address the cycle on the ancient myth. And he said, well, go to the library in Naples, browse through all the scores and find the most beautiful ones. He never gave me any other clue. And I said to him, what do you mean the most beautiful ones? And he said, the most beautiful ones, because I want to do something beautiful. And so we chose a piece by Pergolesi, and browsing through many different manuscripts, etc. But I was introduced to work with him on what used to be the first truly interdisciplinary cycle. That is, on the ancient myth, he, following the 2 previous years when he started with the Berliner cycles, to move the city, he was able to have a neoclassic copy of a statue of the 4th century before Christ, titled The Praying Young Man, in the foyer of the Philharmonie from the Berlin museums. And he triggered cooperations with cinematic foundations, dancing schools, theaters around the theme of ancient myth, which indeed was very good in terms of involving the wider audience, so to say. And those who went to the movie theaters went to the opera from then on. That year, they staged the Electra by Strauss, and the member of the audience of an operatic house went to see Orson Welles. He discovered Orson Welles, and for him it was a big film directors of the post-war period, and he investigated it from a completely new point of view. And then Marguerite Yourcenar, who wrote one of her thought and poetic meaning on the ancient myth and many other things. This is not the right place to list the incredible amount of events which were thought and staged by him. In the first cycle, I worked with him on the ancient myth. Previously, he had already staged Prometheus and Hölderlin. Every single year, there was a theme which was a fil rouge. And he started with Prometheus, and of course, the city was rebelling, and also the Berliner orchestra were not used to, musicians were not used to this heavy work. Also, also pressurized by people outside by themselves, but he was able to stage the suite from Nono's Prometheus and Scriabin's Prometheus, already staged at La Scala, which was part of the Tchaikovsky's side, so to say. Scriabin was not really 100% accepted at that time. The mindset was not really that of an avant-garde. So on the one hand, he staged Nono and the avant-garde. On the other hand, he started to investigate on dogmatic approaches of that particular avant-garde he was promoting, because he was always ahead. And this was for a fact. And just to quote a few examples, because I don't want to get into many details, because this would mean to consider one cycle more important than the other, which is totally meaningless, because all the cycles are absolute masterpieces. And he wanted to do another thing, that is to put into the program the Prometheus Creatures by Beethoven, which I had a little knowledge about it, because a ballet with voices was rather and still rather neglected within the framework of the panorama of Beethoven's works. And he was an enthusiast because he discovered, and he talked along about it with me, that Beethoven, on that particular case, experimented some incredibly innovative harmonic situations, as well as some thematic profiles and therefore emotional impacts on the melody. And he said that after having studied for so long and having staged Prometheus Creatures by Beethoven, every single time he conducted the third and the fourth time, he felt it, this Creatures by Prometheus. For him, it was just like leaving something prismatic. He said a theme is not something that crops up and dies out. Composers keep on reprocessing their materials, and this is something that we haven't as yet mentioned about Abbado. Abbado was truly innovative and very profound, because he used to go and research all the fil rouge within the operatic work or work of composition of an author. For instance, with Mussorgsky, who was one of the first authors we worked together, where in a work you find a reprocessing of pieces by piano, of camerate music, and he was very much attracted by this re-elaboration, re-mentioning metamorphosis of musical material within the works of an author, but also among different authors, and therefore he wanted me to work on all these details. It is clear that on the one hand, also in Berlin, Abbado was exactly the guy who took a decision, and then when he took a decision, we had to do what he decided to do. Francesca Spinazzi, the person the book Music is Flowing in Berlin is dedicated to, and thanks to Daniela Abbado, who suggested to me that it was right to dedicate this book to her. She was the person who had to go to the Cinematic Center in Berlin, to the museums all around the city and in the various theaters in the city, and be able to convince many important institutions to do what he decided to do. But when he took a decision, that was a decision that had to be carried out. And this is a paradox, because he took this very strong decision with a lot of humility. He was very humble. In Naples, when I was in Naples, I didn't know what to do. I said, Claudio, excuse me, what do I have to tell these people at the library in Napoli? And he said to me, just go and ask them. And at that time, the library history of the music school in Naples was not computerized as it is today, and it was a bit of a problem because I got piles and piles of huge scores. You know, I went around with piles of manuscripts. I could have stolen them, and I was left alone to browse through them, and I had to select them, and then he select them again and reselect them again and again and again. And I remember that we chose this piece by Pergolesi, which was extremely moving once performed, and he was able, as he did in Milan, to have an immense audience listening to it. And I believe that this has been taped because also in Lucerne today we have the theme of identity and the theme of youth, etc. Maybe they changed a little bit the approach, but I believe that this is a way of putting music within the human dimension in which he believed firmly. What he did in Berlin with cycles on Bruckner, Shakespeare, Faust, or the last two cycles I've already mentioned, but Bruckner was rather incredible because putting at the center of a cycle not only the very great composer Bergman, but Bruckner, who was probably more known because it was put into music by Schoenberg, and having people discover minor works people were not used to listen to, calling upon very great directors and actors, and Medea by Benda in the ancient cycle, and it was a great discovery for me, a future Mozartian to be, to see that he considered melody as a top expression, and Medea had a fantastic success. Apart from it all, in Vienna, he had already so to say, organized a sort of smaller cycle around the figure of Tarkovsky, because he fell in love hopelessly. Apart from the Boris Godunov, where he took clues from exchange of letters between those two, there was a few pieces on Tarkovsky's text commissioned to Norbert Furten, Riem, for instance, and he was truly, so to say, a way of working around a theme, so that this theme, through beauty, might become a social democratic asset. And so his being profoundly democratic became a way of believing profoundly in studying, in the seriousness of studying it, because every single time he decided to set up a cycle, he studied a lot. He wanted to control every single detail, every single relationship with each single one of these institutions. It was a question of both mind and brain and persona, because he never left anything being delegated completely, because everything had to be extremely coherent. So he trusted people, but then he was the last one to give a recognizable mark to it. I believe that the extraordinary thing that he did in Berlin was to prove that beauty, that art, that culture not only bring money along, but they can truly change the relationship with society, and therefore they come from society and keep on changing it indefinitely. Before we were talking about the environment, etc., Abbado asked me to change the title because I wanted people to understand that this second book was a kind of a second episode after the book titled Music Above Berlin. He wanted Music Flows in Berlin as a title because in the book he often talks, and even more than what he used to do in the year 2000, because it was very much concentrated on the issue of the environment much before we got to talk about it. Also in his first book, he talks about the greenery in Berlin, the greenery that has to be protected, that has to be not only protected but also preserved, so that it becomes a matrix for all other forms of protection and environmental renewal. And so the book, The Music Flows in Berlin, was a metaphor of the water that in Berlin is very much more present than in many other cities. And this was one of the things that he loved about that city. And he loved water a lot. It's something that can be killing you because, you can drown in water, it can create a disaster or a flood if you don't contain it, if you don't preserve and control the environment, and if you don't tackle environmental problems. But water is also something that gives you life, that allows you to live, that allows you as an individual to live, but also that allows a society. The way you manage water makes everything else be able to be developed. It was a tormenting issue for him. But please try to concentrate on how much this is insisting on trees in Milan, on the green, etc., was being seen with a certain perplexity. And then after some years, the environmental issues boomed around. And so I was rereading this book over the past few days, and I was noting, I was remarking that this issue of the environment kept on cropping up, and this was something very much connected with interdisciplinarity. He keeps on saying that Berlin is a city which had migrating flows as in no other European city, and probably that's because Berlin is far ahead in terms of welcoming people, etc. The same went for his own Sicily. Sicily has been an island filled with interferences and flows and inflows and outflows that, in his opinion, were to be regarded as a richness which had to be developed and definitely not either destroyed or felt as something dreadful because risky, or it doesn't lead you to lose your identity. The Berliner cycles for him were a further piece of evidence that you had to look in opening up to the rest of the world, the very root of our being Europeans. I don't know whether you want to ask me some more specific questions, but I wanted to tell you that he wanted to close this book with a comment which sounded to me a little bitter. He wanted to close the book by saying, let's hope that Berlin will teach to Germany and the rest of Europe to be open, to be multi-ethnical, and to be welcoming. Now, a kind of a word of warning to Germany and the rest of Europe, coming from his love for an open Berlin, for Berlin believing in culture, pulling down the wall, mixing and blending two entities which were indeed earlier on opposite to each other and then blended in, as we have mentioned, in setting up orchestras, etc. I am startled because after not so many years, the theme of environment and the ability of Europe of not actually tightening up and closing into, populism, etc., is something that touches us very deeply. And this brings us back to the core of the question. Culture and art by Abbado taught us that culture and art are the engine for a society which must improve and looks at the future. And this is a big lesson. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, now because Maestro Pollini is not attending, we do have some extra time available. So we may take advantage of this extra time that has become available to turn this moment into a roundtable moment. I may perhaps, let's say, throw out a few questions. And anybody who is happy to give answer or to make any comments or considerations around this, you may just feel free to step in. Now, Abbado is associated to so many topics and arguments. It was an extremely modern man, and he was greatly loved. But despite being greatly loved, he would still be tackling topics that were very dear to environmental people, or let's say to a number of topics very much across cultures, across disciplines. And what strikes us still is the evolution of his style. And what we're also being struck by was his ability to let's say, to put together and to tie together some works of art that he very much deep dived into and he studied into deeply. So, to me personally, something that I've always found very interesting when it comes, say, to Abbado's interpretation is his way of conducting somehow transformed itself and got richer according to the orchestras that he was coming across. So, as Shai was said earlier on, so he said that he used to go back on some operas and he would enrich with some additional details, or he would reprocess his conducting. Unfortunately, I was never really familiar with Claudio Abbado as you have been, but I got the chance a few times to speak to him around interpretation, and I remember him saying to me that interpretation was also a way of experimenting. And interpretation, it means that you're trying to do in a different way with respect to others have done and with respect to what himself had done before in his past performances. And this was something that I was very much struck by, because, when it comes to interpretation, you expect things to be still. Well, at the end of the day, the very key principle of the classical is over-repeating the same thing all over again. But this is not the case at all, because you may appreciate and perceive Mozart in many different ways, and the next listening is never the same as the previous one. So, now, what I would love to gather from you, any comment around these transformations in Abbado's being conductor, when switching from an orchestra to the next, from a venue to next, from a city to next, or else perhaps it's always been the same. Well, may I start with three small stories which are springing to my mind directly. When he was recording Schubert's symphonies, for instance, with the Chamber Orchestra of Europe, in our archive, right now, we still hold all of the autographs from all the symphonies with the exception of Fifth. In the Ninth Symphony, the C major, this is how we call it, the C major, the Ninth Symphony. Actually, there are, let's say, 2 tacts which are banned. And you never know, you never know, was it Brahms there or was it Schubert? Because one of these two didn't want to play those. And when you listen to this recording, it's truly interesting. The very first time you listen to the Ninth of Schubert is a completely different experience. And I remember at the Musikverein, I should say, even from my predecessor, we run this cycle with a very, very curious colleague of mine, and he said that nobody had ever copied, but there had been. And that was something that you would also perceive when listening to Mozart at the very beginning versus the latest years. So the idea of Arnold Kurt would not leave that cold, as we say in Germany. I would say German. And another aspect that truly interests me, something I heard about a symphony from Bruckner, especially the fourth. Few years later, after being played at the beginning, well, it was getting slower and slower, first of all, and actually the fourth symphony lasts some 92 minutes instead of 60. Well, Abbado took the fourth movement at the very end. He resumes a theme at the very end, a theme that had never been perceived before, that had never been heard before. So his interpretation was completely different. Now, it's very difficult for me to explain this in Italian, in a proper Italian, but the recording also was completely different, and unfortunately, I never listened to him in a live concert playing this. So it's always been very interesting to listen to many different interpretations and executions. Well, one of his key features was also inviting important maestros over to La Scala. Kleiber, for instance, had been invited by Abbado in La Scala. And he also wrote for the Gustav Mahler Jugend Orchestra. He invited important directors, conductors such as Chailly, Pierre Boulez, Welzmörster, and many others who have conducted the Gustav Mahler Orchestra. And Abbado was also very interested in everybody else's interpretation and performances. Of course, indeed, this is very true. And he used to say to young musicians, you have to learn from others, not just from myself. May I say something? Of course you can. You'll be given a microphone in a moment. Well, you mentioned the aspect of change, and this is not, I'm not answering to your question, it's just a comment. A lot has been said around Claudio this morning, but nothing has been said with respect to the irony that he used to kind of permeate his life with. He had this great component of irony on himself in relationships with others. The irony has been also source of his ongoing changes in his thought, because actually he would interact with all the different orchestras he's either founded or worked with. he was very ironic in this introduction, and I have to say it was extremely ironic. And he would come out with anecdotes. He would play around the human aspects, and that would become part of his interpretation as well. So one of the key skills, one of the key abilities from Claudio is the smart relationship with the fellow, with his fellows. And I'm not talking about affection, I'm very much talking about a relationship that had this ironic touch to it, and that would become, as I said, a kind of a source of inspiration for his next interpretation. And this is something that I wanted to add, because actually this very key feature hasn't been mentioned this morning. Yes, indeed, I do agree with what you're saying. He is very ironic to himself as well. That's very true. And back to the interpretation as well as the evolution of his interpretation. Are you more on the idea of Claudio Abbado being the same all over, or more of an experimenting conductor? Well, of course, it was the second. It was because think about how he was interpreting Beethoven symphonies, how he would integrate them. And again, actually, the key input was a meticulous study over scores. So he was changing also the way he would measure tempos. But of course, the cultural aspect of it would still come from his geography, his tradition. What came out of all that? It's a true richness, a huge richness. And that was kind of the very achievement of all of his Beethoven interpretations. And if you remember back to what I was saying earlier, he was meticulously studying all of the symphonies. And I don't know whether conductors will always do this kind of journey, searching for beauty, because at the end, he was not an intellectual. He was one of the largest artists ever. But this being maniac around the search, it was unbelievable. And I just made the example of Beethoven because he was experiencing this huge evolution when conducting Beethoven. Yes, but at the very bottom, we still come across a kind of a stainless steel soul, If you sit for a Requiem that was also being sung by Pavarotti or Prokofiev, well, you still recognize Claudio Abbado, Well, perhaps what happens, he is evolving as is growing. So is layering up, it is adding up, but it's still him. It's always him. And the key example could be, if you feel you know something, you know a piece of music, and then you listen to Claudio Abbado's conducting, well, let me tell you, there will be one or two things you never heard of before. Perhaps you realize that there have been a theme or something that has never been done before, something that you had never appreciated before. And it's not just seeking for something extra per se, but it had actually been in the score forever, and nobody had understood, nobody had found it, captured. It's just like Bartók singing in the music of Hungarian farmers, of Eastern farmers. You see Strauss, Debussy, and Bach all together. And he only sees them like this. And nobody had ever told about this relationship before. And actually, Abbado does exactly the same in the scores that we do believe we know, we're familiar with. And this has been the case forever. From the very beginning, what was beautiful for us is that we could actually perceive something completely new and appreciating something on top of what we had been familiar with till that moment. So has Abbado changed from Berlino to Lucerne? Yes, of course.
Abbado changed many times in his life, as many great artists do. I was referring to that in the beginning in my statement. There was an artistic intention never to believe you're at the end, never to feel, okay, perfect. And in this way, he was not absolute. He was not an artist who said, my way is the only way, I found this way. There were artists who were like that, or more like that, or pretended to be more like that and say, this is the right way, and this is how we do it, and this is the school, this is the methodology. No, Claudio Abbado was not a person like that. For him, a concert was a concert that was a process that came to an end when he finished conducting, but the next day he continued this process. And even when I visited him in Sardinia in his last years, I asked Claudio, what are you doing now? And he said, I go down to my study to study the Mahler Symphony I will conduct in Lucerne. And I asked him, are you going to change? And he said, yes, but I don't know what. And this searching, this insecurity, you can say the philosophy of insecurity is a philosophy that exists. It comes very close to the phenomenology, like the existentialism, and where you come really to the borders of human creativity, human existence, and where you may drop into nothing, nihilism. And Claudio Abbado, whether he knew it or not, he was always at this border and always almost going over, but never quite. And for him, a concert was never finished. A composition was never finished. It went on.
Yes. Ecco, a proposito appunto.
And indeed, with respect to this research, to this quest, ongoing quest, I'd love to share something else with all of you. Alban Berg, as you all know, was very short-sighted, and it was never wearing spectacles in pictures. He didn't like to be photographed to be taken with the spectacles. Claudio Abbado was also heavily short-sighted, and although he would not wear spectacles on stage because he would conduct completely by heart, same was applicable to Toscanini. And thinking about this conducting by heart, so things were always memorized 100%. So he was never wearing spectacles on stage, although he was heavily short-sighted. And also he would draw some schemes, some charts, so that he could actually memorize the whole thing. Now, conducting by heart, conducting in this way, does that mean perhaps that he would search into his inner self so that he could explore the score and he could master the score in the end in a very unique manner? Or simply, what would be your interpretation here? So how would this performing by heart would actually work?
Well, first of all, I just want to tell you something. I was lucky enough to mix a record together with Radio 3, with Claudio. I used to work for them a quarter while by Blackard on violin and hindemith. I can't remember what exactly. But we were working together, and I was very impressed. This is a short life lesson, which is good for everyone. Normal people give a priority according to a set of values, something which is top important, less important, etc. Forget about the fact that Abbado had this particular idea, at least as far as music was concerned, from the small sound of triangle, which was a little longer than the reverberation of the orchestra, and he was the only one to hear that that triangle had some nanoseconds more in terms of reverberation reverberation. From this to the most glamorous thing that is the theme by the trumpets, etc., every single thing was as important as everything else, and also during the rehearsals. And this is important because this is a feature pertaining to all the giants. I look at Angela and I think about Luciano Berio, and I was lucky enough to meet marvelous musicians and artists. This is a feature which is common to all these people, all these superior people. Let me say that. And I believe that Abbado would have this particular being much to the point in his everyday life. Memory is fatally connected to this. And he has always said it, and he has answered many questions during interviews. If you do not have everything inside, if you did not really metabolize the design of what you're going to be doing, how can you control all those notes played by all those musicians and other conductors who apparently conducted with the score? And I think about Bernstein, who was turning 300 pages of the Ninth Symphony by Mahler. It is clear that he knew it by heart, but he needed this fetish, and therefore that there is also a very deep carnal relationship. It's like a set of tarots. If you know it by heart, you can read the future every single time in a different way. Well, that's it. Lydia, to you. Yes, you said, he said things that are absolutely in line with what Maestro wanted. It was really very much centered from each single detail of the score. He would control everything else. And I insist on this particular aspect because it's the one I'm most familiar with. It wanted also to be there in terms of whether that particular author had reworked on some material, etc. I'm thinking, for instance, about Bocca Baciata from the Simone, actually from Falstaff. When he discovered that this came from Boccaccio, he started to perform it in a completely different way, because it was, yes, very sweet, with passion, etc., but there was a pinch of irony that makes everything different. So this control is even more impressive, you see, because it was a very rational way of controlling things, but at the same time filled with feelings, emotions, overlays of studies and new perspectives as well. Because if I know that that particular sentence or phrase comes from Boccaccio, I can perform it in a completely different way, or with Electra, the increasingly different way when he started to solve musically the meeting between Electra and Orest. And also during rehearsing, there was something more redefined in the various details, because he saw these two people who were meeting again, and this was profoundly moving to him. So there is an aspect of controlling your concepts and your intellectual approach, and on the other hand you have passion, you have emotions and feelings, which allowed him, after all, to be so open to contemporary music, because from the 70s to the 80s he opened up to jazz, to Bernstein, etc. He has never been stiff and rigid. He always brought forward a range of different perspectives that had to look at the future and never remain connected to his own great experiences. So he would read and reread and reinterpret Luigi Nono and thought about completely different authors. Hence, most likely in the 70 or 80 he would not have performed and so he kept on exploring to set up that cycle, which needed a total control, because it wasn't just a question of notes and details, but it was the study, the layering that led him to a certain result, always with a great deal of humbleness. If you were congratulating after a concert, he used to answer you, it could have been done better. You were there speechless, a member of the audience were in a delusion, and he would say, well, we could have done it better. This was his approach, and this was he's always impressed Abbado's memory. Or are there also other conductors who were conducting by heart? Well, yes, there are others, but in the afternoon we are going to talk about Claudio's approach to scores. He was getting ready well before rehearsing and reading. Lorraine Mazel, of course, has always conducted without scores, but Claudio used to conduct contemporary music without score, or also the second Viennese school. It's impressive. Sometimes you wouldn't understand. It was just a pinch of genius. No, he used the score before. The fact that he was conducting without it didn't mean that he didn't use it. And he also rehearsed with the score, with or without score in Lucerne.
I don't remember exactly, but the concert were always without the score.
Without.
Sometimes maybe also he used the score in the rehearsal, but many times he did not. No, it was with him.
Aveva la piccola partitura solo per sapere a quel punto.
He used to have only score, whether he wanted to understand whether from that number on you had to repeat it. Another important thing to say.
On the scores, and he always had an assistant when he was working in Lucerne, and overnight he would change things. He would do crescendo, decrescendo, or certain accents in the trumpet part or in some other solo parts. And so the players came next morning and they were like, oh, shocked. And Claudio was always working, thinking how he wanted to improve something and how he was working with the score. And he was also fascinated by Mengelberg, the editions of Mengelberg. He studied them again and again. There was always something making him nervous and not sure, as we spoke before. But there was never a quiet moment, never. There was always this idea, something came up. When there was one quiet day in Lucerne, we all looked at each other and said, what's wrong with Claudio?
Bene, adesso in qualche modo chiederò una sorta.
Good. Now I would ask you to make a declaration of love by you all. What is the work, the composition, or the performance that for you is the best one, or remained more deeply impressed into your own memory? Is there anything that over and beyond all the performances remained absolutely carved into your memory, and in one way or another Abbado's art has left you profoundly touched, and in one way or another changed you? Ninth Symphony by Mahler in Berlin. I was in Berlin, I'm sorry, well, we're still talking about the Ninth Symphony. Lydia? Well, This is a terrible question. Now, you cannot mention two. This is like the big brother, Wojciech, yes. A symphony and an opera, or just one? One, just one. Okay, Ninth by Mahler and Electra.
Tristan and Isolde. And from the symphony, Bruckner 9.
La nona di Bruckner.
Nona di Bruckner.
Non vale.
Nona di Bruckner. Per me
Well, then I want a second one as well, the lady says. Well, for me, the thing that really touched me is Wozzeck in 1971. Here, I was here when he performed it and he conducted it. And then Amneris scene in Aida in 1972 with Fiorenza Cossotto. But you're mentioning two. Yes, but I am the chairman here and I am entitled to mention a couple. Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. And I thank most wholeheartedly all our guests for their wonderful and very profound words about the art of this very great conductor. And thank you all who were here to listen with a great deal of attention. And we shall resume our meeting this afternoon. Thank you very much indeed.
Afternoon, welcome back. This is the afternoon session of the event Claudio Abbado e Il Nuovo, Listening to the Future. Thank you so much for attending, and thank you so much to all the speakers who are going to be calling each and everyone in sequence, with the except of Mrs. Calabrese. She's there, ready to start. She'll be delivering her presentation shortly. And we will be able to make use of images in the afternoon. The title for the afternoon session is a title that has been, let's say, mentioned this morning already. So, Claudio Abbado and the Music Quest. So, why has this been mentioned so many times this morning? Well, it has been mentioned a few times this morning because the noun itself, quest, it can be interpreted in so many ways. Quest, request, searching for, search, finding new solutions, going for new options. Well, this very term, this very noun has been used many times, as it can be used in many different ways. And we love this. We love to use the word quest and search and so on, because actually it allows us to emphasize two of the many features from Claudio Abbado that have been anticipated this morning already. On one side is curiosity, and on the other side he's studying. Well, they appear to be considered different at times, whereas in Claudio Abbado they very much integrate one another. So, and they do actually nurture one another also. You would take it for granted that a musician, of course, would devote a great deal of time to studying, and that is for sure. But what is really original and what is really peculiar to the first two presentations this afternoon, but also the last two somehow will actually unfold the same task. Well, they will tell us something behind the scenes, so they will tell us something on top of what we heard already this morning. Franco Pulcini already tried to do this at the very end of the morning session when he was asking guests around memory, memorizing. Does he actually play any impact on the music interpretation? Well, actually, we're going to do the next step this afternoon, and perhaps we're also stepping back in history, if you will, as through the first two presentations, we're going to investigate something quite original, quite different, quite unusual. Because not necessarily you would associate this to music interpretation. So usually music interpretation stems from history. Well, first of all, we'd like to say that when it comes to music interpretation, well, that dates back to very recent history, because history dates back to the moment when we started to record. And actually, the last presentation will be associated to the history of recordings. But I would say that starting from that, we have learned a lot about interpretations of conductors through their recordings. So when it comes to Abbado's recordings, we are going to approach the topic in a more of a scientific manner, if you will, as musicologists. And indeed, two musicologists will now speak in a moment. So they will be starting from the score, from Abbado's scores, and perhaps some of you have already seen some of it. At times, scores are being published, and at times you might have also come across his notes and his comments. But actually, looking at scores from Abbado's, can tell us about his own interpretation of the past, because we understand that everything plays a role. What is written, what is not written, the pause, the commas, the full stops. And somehow, through this reading, we can tell something about his very interpretation. So, back to the word search, research, quest. It has to do with all of this. So we become a kind of philologist, as he was a philologist somehow as well. And you will hear a lot about it, reviewing through some of the scores from Bach and other composers. So trying to see what were the notes that Abbado would make on the scores. And those notes and signs, let's say, were of course functional to interpretation that moment, but also they can help us today understand the reason why a number of choices were made. We can also understand that on top of his wonderful way that Abbado had, so the ability to really make the performance one of a kind all the time. So on top of that, actually, that is kind of the point of arrival of a very long journey. So this is the very first step that we're taking, trying to reach out to this world. Actually, we'll do this thanks to Alessandra Calabrese. I will not read through Alessandra Calabrese's resume because you may read it on the booklet. And also because I think that Alessandra Calabrese will tell us why and how she has undertaken this journey. So I leave the floor to her. Thank you, and welcome back. Good afternoon, everyone. So I was the music archive responsible for Claudio Abbado. So I had the real privilege to deep dive into scores at home, at Abbado's house, literally, and also in the office as I was working for him and with him. So, of course, I was supposed to then reproduce all of the signs that we had spoken through during the day back on the scores. And these were, of course, unique for me, unique opportunity, because I could get to know him as a person, but also as a musician. He would not speak much, as a man, but he would work a lot behind the scenes. He would work a lot when he was at home or where he would travel to the mountains or elsewhere. So these were all moments of inspiration for him. And then he would translate all of his efforts onto the scores. So I will perhaps use some additional words with respect to those that he would use himself, because he wouldn't define himself in a certain manner, and he wouldn't define music either, but he would actually investigate, he would actually probe each and every score, trying to seek for something new, something that he could say for the first time, something that had never been told before. And the same way has been said this morning already by Maestro Chailly. So the piece of novelty was very much about this, about the melody cell, being able to provide a brand new interpretation, or perhaps providing or giving some instruments a different role. And he would do that through duplicates, for instance, and through the help of the musicians around him, of course. So his study would still be based on key principles to start with. First of all, when we speak of Claudio Abbado, well, let me say that the very first day we met, he said, well, my name is Claudio, and I said, my name is Alessandra, but of course there was a big difference between the two of us. So behind my name is Claudio, this is Claudio, actually behind this there was a number of words that would stand behind him. Simplicity, for instance, simplicity simplicity, which does not mean banal, that doesn't mean tried. His gesture, his movement was very elegant as he was as an individual, and that would also translate into the richness of his research. And he would sometimes remove things as opposed to adding. We as archive people, and myself and Benedetta Scandola, for instance, we had a lot of work to bring forward, to carry on with Mozart Orchestra at the very beginning, because we met on that very project and then we carried out our collaboration onwards. So, method. So we spoke about memorizing, about conducting by heart, and Cestino later on will speak more about it. Of course, you have to go through his method. So discipline, for sure, was one of his key features, the way he would approach score. But everything had to take place beforehand. So musicians should receive the score at least 1 month in advance. So the key goal was to having music in the head as opposed to the head in the music. And when he said this very statement the first time, I was kind of surprised. And I say, how about it? Well, he said he wanted musicians to learn the music so well, so profoundly, that they could get away from the score and they could interpret, they could perform. So what it would envisage for people to actually look in each other's eyes and look in each other's faces and being able to listen to one another, as opposed to focusing so much and too much on the score, still while playing. So other key principles, of course, as I said, research and trust. Well, trust, of course, was another crucial aspect. If you want to work with Claudio Abbado, Claudio Abbado trusts you, and he would expect from me a lot. He would expect that he would trust me, and he wanted to trust people, and then sharing. Never hiding things that perhaps we have achieved together through studying. Let's share all of this and let's make it accessible to everybody else as well. So the idea of future already whilst preparing the work. So I've opened this kind of a personal bracket, if you will, because this is the way I have experienced my relationship with Claudio. But now I will perhaps move to a more of a technical aspect. So these are some of the scores that we worked on together. Symphony No. 2 from Robert Schumann, KKL Lucerne, which we recorded in Musikverein. So perhaps Mr. Angian will still remember that recording. So through Deutsche Grammophon, we were doing this recording. And from this example, I'd love to take advantage of this example to show you what we mean by music layering. Well, we do tend to speak through this kind of stratification, layering, and we have two examples. Same page. One is copied and scanned, xeroscopied at the beginning, and then the second one comes on a later stage. I have highlighted in red the key search for Abbado, so the tonal aspect. He was so much interested into those aspects that it would become the key goal for everybody. As you read, pianissimo, coperto, Mozart. We were playing Schumann, but actually the sound that he wanted to reach out to was Mozart, and this was brass, so it was very difficult. But as in this case, actually, he would have flute in his mind, and also the notes were very, very low. So we started to to come up with new inventions. So we were coming up with kind of boxes that were soundproofed through fabrics, and we were trying to find the best devices for us to reach out to that pianissimo, to that very, very, very low. And in the end, it was to be played a pianissimo, but that was the pianissimo that he meant to have in place, that he meant to be performed by the musicians. Another key aspect, the relationship between music agogi, and these are the notes here, sostenuto assai, you see, which becomes something else lower here. And he's defining this relationship that I have highlighted in red on the score. So, sostenuto shall cope with adagio 76 and 76, and I'm writing that on page 1 as well as on a page of the third movement. Of course, I could not get away with this. Symphony No. 6 from Gustav Mahler, October 30, 2012. Claudio Abbado is back to La Scala, the theatre that is welcoming us today. So allow me to recall this beautiful example. I had worked in La Scala already, and then he took me away and he brought me to Bologna, and then he allowed me to come back here. And it's been a very important moment because two orchestras, important orchestras, were playing together, the Philharmonica from Teatro alla Scala, as well as the Mozart Orchestra. Well, in this case, I'd love to emphasize the relationship amongst musicians coming from different orchestras. We spoke earlier on about the relationship he had with some fundamentals. Such as his relationship with the environment, inclusivity, and that was exactly his point. So it was all about inclusivity. So two orchestras coming from two different scenarios, still speaking the same language. And if you keep that in mind, you see how a score would originate. Well, of course, it could originate from study, from the past, or perhaps because you were seeking for a new one. If you consider Cinderella Cenerentola, and there was a first publication from. So there was a first publication, of course, and then there was a following ones, and that would tell you a lot about the relationship between composer and those who were reviewing, and then those who were reviewing and the conductor, ultimately. So we do have a moment of study, which is the moment, Milan 66, when Claudio Abbado is taking hold of the score, and he's actually using this same score for all of these performances here on the left-hand side. So the place of study, and then you see the place of the venue of the performance and the orchestra that he was conducting. Every now and then there are some additional comments being made. For instance, DVD, whenever there was a new recording being made. So this is his handwriting, Abbado's handwriting, and he would specify such details, additional details, as he was going forward. As we flick through, we go on page 2. Now, on page 2, I can reconnect to a broader reasoning, which is also including the organizational piece. This morning, we heard about Claudio checking, thoroughly checking, but still with a great freedom, because what he would do after searching, after investigate, it would capture the comment, it would capture the result to translate it in anything that it could be as beautiful as possible. And for that beauty to be produced, he would rely on very large orchestras. For instance, Mahler is asking for 2 harps, Abbado is asking for 4. So he's duplicating harps. Or 8 horns, which are many already, and actually we do have an assistant appearing. Same for trombones. And such large orchestras for such complicated scores have to allow musicians to take the rest every now and then. And then we do have the strings, which is absolutely unique. In the pit, we should fit 26 violin and actually 15 double bass, which in the COVID era it would be impossible to fit in the orchestra pit. And this is how the orchestra would take their seat, you see, right at the stage, underneath the stage of La Scala. So this is actually the plan, the orchestra plan, which we had presented to Claudio. Somehow this has been modified. This is not the latest release, actually. You will see 24 first violin, and actually he did it with 26 first violin. And then the camera, the chamber idea, so the chamber orchestra idea. So he would have the first line of flutes and oboe very, very close to the stage, so very close to him, as opposed to having quartet and right after flutes and oboe. But it was impossible in this particular case because there were so many. So he said right in front of the proscenium. That is exactly where he wanted these people to sit. And often there would be ongoing discussions for night and mornings. What if we go a little upper? What if we go a little lower? Are we going to listen any better, any worse? Where do we position harps? They were actually being positioned on the side. And drummers and percussions are going to be in 2 rows, actually. It is not the way you see here. So some changes were still being made, were still happening as they were going through. And this is the whole of the orchestra that is sitting also on page 1 with their relevant numbers. So 5 flute, 4 oboe, and so on and so forth. Now, the studying of music literature from the past was not to be neglected, as it was still a very important point of reference. Score has to be probed into, and this is where you'll be finding the answers. And actually, Claudio Abbado didn't hide this. He would listen to as much music as he could, even if it wasn't music that he had recorded himself. He would listen to all concerts and all recordings from other conductors who were, let's say, more dear to him. And for instance, Kleiber, we make the example this morning, Ad un cor, and there's a quote here from Mengelberg, 87, second movement, and then the andante. You see, he's crossing this out. And actually, the second movement is going to be the andante, and the scherzo will be third. So he's actually swapping. So this is a choice that he is absolutely aware that he's taking. This is how I want to conduct. And this is what he did. And and actually, let me remind you that the second movement is the andante again. And we go up to the 4th movement, where the quote I mentioned before on the 2 harps has been rewritten again. So the harps are 4. I want to hear more harps, so we're going to have a 4 instead of 2, and this was the case. I love to remind about this example, as Maestro Chailly would make reference to some to some melodies or listening moment where we hadn't paid attention to a certain note or break and pause and so on. Well, let me tell you that Valen, he sang 5-2-5, 5-2-6. These are the beats, of course, which we're going to find immediately after. So the same melody that we're going to find once again over here. And the reason why he's taken clear note of that is because he wants to provide the same important, the same relevant, to create that music quote that he wants to emphasize that very moment. And so first listening, this is something that we want to be struck by, and this is going to be the case later on. And then the foglietti, the slips of paper, and actually Giovanni Cestino has a beautiful presentation around his notes, mnemonic notes, something that he has something that dates back to the Swarovski method. So the memorizing technique, as the Vienna School would allow to deep dive into these memorization techniques. So 73 is beat 73. The tempos are here being shown after 6 beats, and they are highlighted in red here. And after this, we have the entrance of violins. Violin, VL, is violin. And then we carry on from there. Of course, Giovanni will now explain, will actually deep dive further into what I'm quickly saying here. But let's say that the bottom line was to have a single slip of paper that would allow you to see very clearly in a snapshot the most important notes and actually leave the scores at home, completely forgetting about the scores. And often what would happen is that he would hide these foglietti, these slips of paper, and he couldn't find them anymore because who would hide them themselves? And he would ask me whether I had hidden them. But of course, I would not dare in touching them. But it was so important for him to have access to his foglietti all the times. And then percussions. Well, he used to love some instruments, and on others, he would experiment a lot. For instance, hammer was the hammer struck it was being built in the laboratories here in the workshops in La Scala, and it was this. You see this very big washing machine. This is how he had renamed it. It was made of a sound, of a piece of wood that would produce an incredible sound, and this was unique because everybody immediately realized that there was somebody who was willing to have something built for him from scratch. So, of course, behind this idea, there was this willingness to test new sound, to have new instrument. And it was a great idea. So it was greatly welcomed. And there are some similar examples. He would go for natural sponges to add to the bows of cymbals, for instance, to deliver new sounds, and the same would be applicable to the bells. And perhaps Mr. Anghian will also remember that he was asked the Santo Stefano Cathedral bell to be rung, which is of course a bell that would only be played on the December 26th, but because they were to sampling that sound, they were asking for that bell to be rung in that moment also.
I possibili, come lui stesso scrive, sonorità bassissime, risonanze gravi. Ho citato praticamente istituzioni quali l'Orchestra Mozart, Lucerna, Vienna, manca Berlino, la Scala stessa, manca Berlino. L'ultima esecuzione di Abbado avvenne a Berlino con l'esecuzione della Sinfonia Fantastica di Berlioz. Questo lavoro fu lunghissimo da preparare perché una prima esecuzione fu fatta a Firenze, Orchestra Mozart e Maggio Musicale Fiorentino, e successivamente le stesse parti andarono a Berlino. Quali differenze ci sono tra la stratificazione dei segni in partitura e quelle sulle parti? Si riporta tutto. Come dicevo, il lavoro di copista era importante farlo, però alcuni segni rimangono, altri no. Quindi ho portato questi esempi per farvi capire come, per condividere assieme a voi, come sulle parti a volte, così come in partitura, troviamo delle indicazioni che Claudio era cosciente, descriveva e voleva che si eseguissero, ma alcune orchestre poi per l'acustica della sala, per i musicisti che suonavano, venivano suonate, altre volte no. I Berliner infatti in questo caso per esempio cancellano il raddoppio: se vuoi che suoniamo violini secondi più forti, suoneremo più forte. E l'ultimo lavoro fu quello appunto legato alla terza sinfonia di Schumann, che accompagnò il maestro purtroppo al suo ultimo viaggio, al suo ultimo studio. Un caso volle che partì dalla seconda sinfonia di Schumann e arrivai alla terza. Non ho fatto molta strada forse, però la cosa bella è che appunto la sperimentazione era sempre più densa, iniziò veramente a comporre musica all'interno di questa sinfonia. Non erano più raddoppi, ma erano vere e proprie scritture musicali. Ci sono infatti 4 esempi dal 95 al 2013 in cui troviamo proprio linee melodiche che vengono riscritte, soprattutto ai corni. Alcune rimangono, altre no. I colori li ho messi io e quindi lui non usava colori, come abbiamo detto stamattina, pochi segni e quelli rimanevano. Ma io ne avevo bisogno perché lui purtroppo aveva sempre meno tempo da dedicare allo studio. E intanto voleva dire tanto e quindi bisognava concentrare in poco tempo tanto lavoro. E in questo appunto l'uso dei colori mi aiutava a riportare segni, alcuni rimanevano e altri no. Quelli rossi infatti sono quelli cancellati che lui stesso per la difficoltà di esecuzione decise di eliminare, altri rimasero. In conclusione posso dire che il processo di studio, di analisi che Abbado ha portato avanti era ricco di idee che mai erano uguali a loro stesse, ma che anzi nel tempo davano risultati sempre nuovi. Le orchestre in questo lo seguirono tantissimo, fino alla fine l'ultima esecuzione della terza di Schumann non avvenne in privato solo per lui, perché in realtà Deutsche Grammophon era presente e registrò. E il suo il lascito che ci ha dato in quell'occasione è stato prendere la registrazione durante la pausa e ascoltarla e darci le correzioni. Lui non era in prova, ma era assolutamente presente. E poi tornava alla registrazione con quelle correzioni. Noi eravamo abbastanza scossi perché non capivamo l'obiettivo quale fosse, mortificarci, no. Era farci capire che lui magari non ci sarebbe più stato dopo, ma noi dovevamo continuare a fare musica assieme, con lo stesso spirito e la stessa attenzione, pensando sempre a quello che era il suo messaggio, che era un messaggio di novità, di entusiasmo e assolutamente non legato legato appunto al futuro, all'analisi. Per questo credo che le generazioni a venire, quindi noi studiosi, noi ricercatori, noi giovani, il messaggio che dobbiamo dare è far conoscere Claudio alle generazioni future, sottolineando le nuove possibilità di analisi che sono legate alle partiture che analizziamo e dando anche al prossimo l'opportunità di riflessione, di scelta, di novità da trovare in esse. Grazie.
Grazie.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Alessandra Calabrese. Thank you very much for this beginning. We got in, we went up, and we are deep diving into this workshop. And before introducing the second speaker, I'm not saying confirmation because you have no need for confirmation, but I just wanted to highlight a personal anecdote. I joined the archives of La Scala from 1978 through 91. So the calls from Claudio and the little things at the very last minute between one rehearsal and the other was something that we had to do day in and day out. In the pause between the first part of the rehearsal and the second one, no. He used to say, you have to have them rehearse in this way or the other way. And this way that he had to double-check very practically the idea that he had. And he said, I need this, please try out this. And in some cases, this would become very difficult also because all the various parts in an orchestra are indeed rather well selected, and sometimes you don't have time to get a bit more, etc. Apart all the other issues that we were confronted with, moving around parts, etc., means that if you don't know what's going on in practical terms, it's pretty difficult to do. But this is something which has to do with a relationship, which has got very little to do with the scientific approach here, but more of a personal approach. And there was an original space which was definitely more open, but it's good enough, for instance, in some cases a well-written score, in some other cases less written, etc., or Don Carlos. Well, the second thing that I wanted to point out is that when it comes to operatic work, this particular type of investigation on the score meant as a text but applied to the operatic work was something that Andrea Estro did in 2015. This is an essay published on Studi Verdiani titled The Verdian Workshop by Claudio Abbado in Othello, based on the materials coming from the Opera House in Vienna. Well, let's say that this was probably the first time when a critic is becoming a musicologist and addresses not the performance but what's behind it. And also in that particular case, we started from orchestral materials. He has chosen an operatic work which could be compared, as it happened in this particular case, to detect and to give an idea that the text itself, the score, is not just a text in the case of Claudio Abbado, but also a hypertext. And therefore, let us say that it is a very important way of expanding this set of issues and moving it from the simply critical idea, which is just an outside consideration, to the analytical one, which has to do with musicology. And so I would invite Mr. Giovanni Cestino. Mr. Giovanni Cestino dealt very, very specifically on this. And indeed, his doctoral work is titled Theoretical and Operational Lines to Investigate the Relationship Between Performers and Performing Materials. And this already gives you a rather specific indication, because we're not talking about a score. Performing materials is already an idea that points out to you a very specific environment and scope. And therefore there is no doubt in terms of the musicologic and scientific mindset here. And the title is Mnemosyne and his own papers. Foglietti by Carlo Abbado, Between Analysis and Performance. We have the three passages: memory, analysis, and performance, starting from this famous lady, daughter of Uranum, Hygeia, who invented the concept of memory, and in a love holiday with Zeus, created the Muses. And we own a lot to this lady, especially we who are art, dealing with art. Giovanni Testino, to you. Well, thank you very much for this introduction, which indeed untangled all the doubts about the very meaning of the title of my presentation. First of all, I would like, before speaking, thank some people and institutions. Without them, this research would never have begun. My thanks to the Fondazione, Claudio Abbado, Benedetta Scandola in particular, because she allowed them to work on these materials before being digitalized by the Staatsbibliothek in Berlin in a very complex time for research in our lives as well. And I'm very grateful to the team by Angela Ida Benedictis and Oreste Bossini for having enriched my research with lots of clues and pieces of advice. And thanks to Angela in particular for some short but very thick moments to clarify some of my questions, sometimes solving them and some other times having some new ones cropping up and even more passionate. My research is devoted to a specific type of materials belonging to Claudio Abbado, identified as with a simple label and name, De Foglietti, a rather thick pile of short and small pieces of paper which the maestro kept very secretly inside his own performing scores. Although they're minute sizes and very frugal pieces of paper, for instance, a hotel letter, paper, and etc. But they're very dense, they're very meticulously drawn and written. At a first sight, they have notes, schemes, and sometimes rather peculiar diagrams. In my presentation, I shall touch all the subcategories that a more in-depth study may reveal, and I concentrate my attention in particular on this last type, the diagrams. To better understand the very nature and history of these materials, you have to give them a context within the framework of Abbado's biography. Their origins go back to his years of study with Hans Swarovski, 54-56, when Abbado, together with friends and colleagues, and Zubin Mehta, whom you see in this picture, the Tatkopen-Analyse, the analysis by a group of beats elaborated by Mr. Swarovski himself. This method is based on segmenting the formal sections of a piece into groups of bits, differently from the classical Formen Lehrer and differently from Schenker. Detecting a group is not based on thematic elements. It's not the melodic profile to give the tempo to a piece, but his gestaltic content. A group of beats, according to Swarovski, begins when there is a figurative element which you can perceive when you listen to it, and gaining a leading position vis-à-vis others which remain on the background. This element may be different at the beginning of an instrument or a motive, for instance, an harmony or a new andante or tempo. This new flexibility, at least according to Swarovski, answered the will to shift the attention from a melody and themes which are abstract to sounding elements dictated by orchestration, dynamics, and phrasing. Swarovski's motto was "Alles im Werk ist vom Interpretieren anzufassen." Everything has to be interpreted in terms of form. Not only because of theoretical reasons, music is a sound perception organized in time instead of an articulation of phraseologic structures, but also because of practical considerations, favoring a better learning by heart, more practical and useful when it comes to conducting. And for the purpose of getting the information content of a musical score, the group of beats is the perfect cell of an organism, that is, an operatic work, which can be combined into different groups according to different possibilities, which I have summarized here. Simple juxtaposition and entanglement and separation. This, in short, Swarovski's theory, which indeed was developed along his very long teaching experience and summarized in one of his writings of 1970. What doesn't come out from his words is where and how you have to practice this Taktgruppenanalyse. The answer comes from the maestro's materials and disciples as well, inclusive of Abbado. It's easy but not to be taken for granted. You have to note all the various scores, and there is no exception under this point of view to other analytical methods which are more or less similar, such as the one by Friedrich Proudnitz, but also in terms of external supports in the form of schemes, highly formalized. It has been taken from Swarovski's published writings, or just notes plus diagrams. This is again by Swarovski. The reception of this method by Abbado is on his scores, first and foremost. This can be reconstructed thanks to the covers, because we have systematically the dates and places where a piece was being studied and performed. At the end of the period in Vienna, you have the study of the Prélude de l'après-midi d'un faune by Debussy. And we have here very clearly the indication of the group of beats and the page, and a summary scheme, here we are, which is on the verse of the score. Now, with the same method, Abbado addresses the classic repertoire and not only the contemporary one. But once back from Vienna, something seems to be changing. And this is testified by the scores of the 4th and the 7th Symphony by Beethoven. The 4th, which was being studied in 1957, the indications of groups of beats are being crossed out. And the same in the 3rd movement of the 7th Symphony, studied in the same year in Vienna, but not in the first one, which Abbado will study when once back in Vienna, actually in 1961, a few years later. This is the point proven that Abbado no longer needs this method to memorize traditional operatic works, but it can be still useful for the more recent repertoire. At the end of 1958, once back from Vienna, we find it into the Divertissement and Dances Suite by Bartók. And you see here the first fogliettis. From left to right and organized in boxes according to the consultation numbers. Here we have lists of points to be remembered and to pay particular attention while working with musicians. With the passing of the years, notes like this will change in terms of their schemes of pages, etc. This is an example from the First Symphony by Mahler, and will indeed be spread around his own repertoires without any distinction in terms of genres, etc. The left to right example is being continued for those fogliettis when Abbado will go back to use the Tanzgruppenanalyse. So this is an automatic coupling. When this method is being rigorously applied, we find indeed a foglietto. Tanzgruppenanalyse and foglietti always couple particularly complex scores when you have to find a way through from metrics and anagogy, and especially when the time to fix them into your memory is not that abundant. And this is being confirmed by a general overview on the materials that emerged so far. And this is a rather precise calculation. 16 fogliettis, 6 that you see here, related to the overall content of the score, and all related to operatic works in the 1900s, studied, and thanks to the cover, we can actually get this information in the same year of the first performance. So the first clue on the role of the fogliettis in his performing process comes from this first comment. The role is catalyzing the learning by heart better than the Tag-Löpen-Analyse if just noted on the score. But in order to get a better understanding on how this process takes place, I'll give you an example directly.
Condensa in questo piccolo foglietto un...
Abbado is basically showing the Mandarino Meraviglioso from Bartók, and he's adding information on the gestaltic content of all the different bits. Semiography is very precise, and there's very infrequent exception. So the score, actually, the way you see it here, it contains the notes of Abbado. Each line of the foglietto is divided in 3 different levels. The top level, that you should be able to see now. Okay. So the top level shows all the instructions for the andamento, for tempo, as well as for the agoge. As you may appreciate, they have been highlighted and rewritten by Maestro Abbado. The lower level shows you the segmentation in groups of bits, same as you've seen on the score. The middle level, the broadest one also, it shows the key tempos, combination of instruments and other graphic signs, and it tells you about the most relevant elements when it comes to the conduction, to the conducting itself, within each and every bit. To explain this further and better, and also to tell you more about the graphic of it that might go, let's say, not completely understood. Let me show you Bartók example. Second concert for piano and orchestra. Of course, music should always be there. So I'm actually playing a few seconds. Abbado, Pollini, Chicago Symphony Orchestra, 1979. Deutsche Grammophon. And so on.
La prima riga del diagramma del foglietto relativo, e concentriamoci sul livello intermedio. In questo caso manca il livello superiore perché non vi sono variazioni di andamento o di agogica. Allora, come possiamo vedere, Abbado indica con un tratto curvo il levare, la rapida scala del pianoforte, e poi annota le entrate tematiche più rilevanti, a partire ovviamente da quella della prima tromba, il cui tema occupa le prime 3 battute. Dimentica poi, o tralascia, di indicare il pianoforte che prevale nelle 2 battute seguenti. Appunta poi gli oboi e, notate, scrivendo nella sigla a cavallo della stanghetta perché effettivamente il loro attacco è in levare. Scrive invece in questo caso clavier nel gruppo successivo e indica da ultimo L, ovvero legni. Per scandire più precisamente lo spazio della fascia intermedia, e qui torno però per dovizia di particolari al diagramma del Mandarino Meraviglioso, Abbado ricorre a tratti di lunghezza diversa, tracciati ovviamente dall'alto verso il basso, che più si avvicinano al livello inferiore, quello dei gruppi di battute, più demarcano strutture profonde. Quindi si va dalla battuta al gruppo di battute, non importa se è primo o ennesimo all'interno di un macrogruppo, al gruppo di gruppi, per poi arrivare alla doppia stanghetta, che ovviamente è la stessa doppia stanghetta tra una sezione e l'altra come in partitura, fino addirittura al muro della stanghetta finale, di solito molto ben evidenziato da Abbado dei suoi foglietti.
Now, if we focus on the very criterion through which Abbado is dividing, is organizing these indications, it provides you an explanation on how original he was, also in abiding by the schemes from Swarovski. So we should consider his analysis as a drainer, capable of making it tighter and looser according to the elements. So If there are not so many elements, broader elements, then he will go, let's say, he will go tighter and tighter, and he will provide priority, first and foremost, to tempo, agudgy changes, and so on. And only on a later stage, in the event the latter parameters are stable, then he will consider what comes next. A great example comes from the diagram from Canto Sospeso, from Nono, 1965, and Michele Chiappini will add some additional pressure details tomorrow in his presentation. So the score from Nono, because it's very complex from an instrument standpoint, because he's using also many different complicated, let's say, tempos, he will make us think that all of these notes are there so that we keep track and we don't get lost. But actually, because it doesn't want to get lost, the segmentation is fairly simple. And he shows on tempos, on oscillation of measurements. And it's not by chance that Abbado is emphasizing in red 2, 3, 6, and 8, so the number of bits of different timings. So if you learn by heart what is this sequence allows you to have the best basic grid. We're talking through mnemotechnique, of course, associated to orchestra conducting, and actually the key task of a conductor is to show tempo through his gesture in tempo and speed. Anything else, dynamics and so on, of course, will take place within this grid. So there's no sign that is actually overarching over tempo, but there is a primary element that plays the greatest role, and that is the verbal piece. Whenever that is present, of course, that becomes key. And we see that again on the Canto Sospeso. This is the soloist tenor. So the filter that allows us to understand Abbado's analysis is how autonomous and independent it becomes with respect to Swarovski's technique. And it is the principle, the Taggruppen-Analyse, that puts them together, but not the way they translate it in writing. Swarovski's schemes are showing, let's say, a number of organized cells by adding and multiplying. It's kind of unveiling an holistic organization, whereas diagrams of Abbado, more pragmatic, are very much based on the items that the conductor will have to master in a very kind of automatic manner once he's on the podium, and he will not have any more uncertainty as he will have to actually take care of other musical activities. The reason why I'm saying that Abbado is more pragmatic, well, I really mean it, because the Abbado semiography shows a complete combination between what's in his mind and the way he's moving, the way he's using his gesture. So he's recognizing priority to tempo whilst building a mental structure, and actually memory also goes through gestures, and the groups or beats are being drawn in a very consistent manner. And the mnemonic grid that is being prepared is only anticipating the gesture, thanks to sequence that it will become very easy to, let's say, to execute, because it's been prepared in advance. And such sequence is not just the key criteria of the memo technique of Abbado, hence his diagrams, but it's also been mirrored on his foglietti. Indeed, the idea to associate scores to some kind of summaries on slips of paper, as Swarovski has shown, it is even strengthened by Abbado, because it's also adding some additional cognitive elements, because it's actually it's putting together, it's grouping together the key principle of the Taggruppen-Analyse was on a slip of paper. And that is not just a gimmick for him to have a snapshot of what the scores shows you on a broader number of pages, because of course you have to flick through. So Abbado is actually copying because you want to learn. So transfer information from X to Y, it actually means that you are refreshing those information. It means you're mastering them, you're owning them, also through a physical movement, not just through memorization. And actually, what we get in the end, the foglietto, is not so much the thinking of Abbado, of the way he was thinking, and the way he's repeatedly thinking the same way, but through that is actually memorizing. In some cases, also, this provides us with a clue around the evolution of that over time, as Abbado is enriching his diagrams with additional elements. And that can be seen on the canto sospeso. You see, there's a pen that is being used at the beginning. On a later stage, there's a pencil, and that very pencil that Abbado is using to highlight other details, different details. But generally, broadly speaking, foglietti, they never shows us any rethinking. There's no amendment, no corrections, no layering either, as we've seen on some of the scores. And this very element allows us to understand how important foglietti from Abbado are important when it comes to understand his performance. And their drafting, which is often made through the same pens and pencils that you was using to make notes on scores, it brings us to the conclusion that perhaps foglietti come at the very beginning, when he's still studying the score in the first place, when he's trying to memorize an item from scratch before he's actually coming up with a grid. And thank you, Mr. Fabris, to help me on that, on having this very thinking. Well, very diverse and even more difficult is to understand and detect whether Abbado was going back on those foglietti, perhaps to refresh a piece of music or to study that again. And unfortunately, we have no many traces on that. The only reliable piece of data we can rely on is that foglietti do not look so overused, to the point that we believe that he overused them over time. Still, we are doubtful whether he was doing that or not, and this is still very likely. So the role of these artifacts in his performance has been clarified by a number of factors. It would still be very risky to having a kind of a different interpretation when it comes to the repercussion. We don't want to have a cause and effect, a relationship being detected in that. And so that does not necessarily cater for the broad idea that we have of his interpretation. And also we don't know. We see that they don't come so many in numbers, because we may, of course, believe that many of these foglietti were being lost over the years, because we don't believe that Abbado has destroyed them. Otherwise, why has he destroyed some and kept others? So more cautiously, I believe that these diagrams are to be considered as occasional pieces of paper, slips of paper, extremely targeted for him to be able to memorize better. And even helping him how to find the best strategy to learn by heart, to memorize music scores. I'd love to draw conclusions with a general consideration that means to emphasize how relevant these materials are for future research for both Abbado but also on other conductors. So when we study materials being used by conductors hard to be found for decades, let's say in a moment where they haven't been really studied yet so far, the reason is perhaps that they have been approached in a certain manner that musicology hasn't really developed as a unique technique for. So these artifacts are not being, let's say, being approached all together, and they're being studied all separately. And there's also, let's say, there's also a need for greater music philology that hasn't been applied yet. But actually, because of the status, these materials should be studied in very diversified manners and through different theories across many different disciplines. And the scientific outcomes that these studies may lead to are remarkable. We may open up a brand new journey to the historical investigation around score, because a lot of it has been neglected, and perhaps understanding more on music mnemotechnique, which is now dating back to what was happening back in the 1700s, and not so much being studied any further in the 1900s, whereas perhaps there would be still room for that. And when it comes to performance studies, materials such as this one would oblige us, say, to consider and to take into account how important they can be in interpretation from conductors, suggesting perhaps that there has been a combination of approaches, which is what I've tried to focus on over the last few years. One last outcome here when it comes to make this research, and that has been representing by the valorization of such a character, casting light on aspects that may prove useful to future generations of artists and conductors. So, on top or behind their historical value, Foglietti from Abbado, they do own a symbolic and historic value that shows how the mastery of a conductor and artist may reside in silent pieces of paper. So the minute you're really willing to approach this to understand more about his thinking, you may appreciate the profound of his greatness. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you most wholeheartedly. Thank you for your fantastically beautiful report. And on the finale, I was also thinking about it. I have seen this beautiful snapshot by Marco Caselli, who would have been disturbed by the fact that someone may open his own drawers, but at the same time, this idea that what we get from his drawers allows us to listen to the future, which is the title of our conference, I believe would make him feel very proud, and it's all in all the reason why we're here. We're not just here to remember and remind you all about an artist, and we can talk about him indefinitely, but would be just a mechanic exercise, but understanding, thank God, his own material, his own legacy, also the private material is available to an analytical as well as theoretical approach may indeed open up a new avenue. There are a couple of things that come to my mind, rather negligible comments. One has to do with the fact of getting physical. It's not by chance that among the things that Maestro Shai said this morning, at a certain point in time, he said it would be interesting to double-check or anyhow give an historical background on the changing of physical gestures by Claudio, as much as his way of making music changed. And this is an intuition that in one way or another, aims at what you have been saying. And some things have been changing because they were so much metabolized that there was no longer a need to communicate them, because there was an immediate communication without even speaking or moving. Looking at the diagrams, I also thought about a systematization, but I always am late vis-à-vis Fabrice. But I thought that this methodology may be reflected into his way of performing a concert, which was not just, pertaining to Claudio, but to Kleinberg. He had a methodology that, according to musicians who worked with him, if you talk to the old professors from La Scala, aimed at exasperation. He rehearsed 3 beats at a time, and until the anti-dressed rehearsal, nobody knew anything about the composition. On one hand, this was a way of making people understand musical structures. On the other hand, was a test on your tension, the ability of remaining tense, etc. And Abbado and Kleinberg was someone who, when performing, was different. Somebody mentioned Per Garbo, and they said that they give their best during the dressed rehearsal, because for a number of reasons during the performance the measuring of adrenaline is not as strong or whatever, And this very fact that he could get there, in my opinion, is due also to the strength of this preparation effort. There might be some other things to add on, but after Mr. Fabrice's report and before a short pause, will give you time to questions, and both to Mrs. Calabrese and Giovanni Cestino, because indeed this is an immense opening. And last but not least, I remind you of one of the first interviews with Maestro Abbado, who talked about Swarovski's method, not just as a mnemonic method, but he said something very important. He said there are 1,000 different solutions, and they're never exhausted, because this was a methodology, a method, as you have very well explained at the very beginning. It wasn't indeed a scientific method, but it was already a musical method, would open up countless opportunities. And at that point, it was as if he had said, now you find your own methodology. I am teaching you, a number of things, a number of ways, but you try out the best one for you. And it's a way for us to get into a better understanding on how behind an analysis like this one, rather maliciously, may indeed give food for thought to the concept of the traditional conductor, indeed leads us exactly to the opposite consideration. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Giovanni Cestino, and I'm calling upon Mr. Nico Fabrice, who is the last speaker of the first session. We have been talking about Luigi Nono. Now we go back to the relationship with the past, and there is no doubt that talking about memory is beautiful, but indeed we got to a kind of pneumatic writing where what is written used to hide whatever wasn't written, and the interest of Mr. Abbado with ancient music, which is the object of his own presentation, and I believe will start from this fantastic pivotal point, which was the great Gesualdo project, is indeed very interesting, following exactly the same line, because I believe that also in his own case, listening to the ancient to get to the future may be food for thought, but I believe that this is a major interest. To you, the floor, Mr. Fabri. Good. It's very difficult that in common opinion you can connect Claudio Abbado's name to the performance of music before Mozart. Yet, if we take a look at the project that he conceived and the pieces conducted since the very early years at La Scala after 1968, going through Berlin to the last seasons of Ferrara and Bologna, one realizes that there is an increasing and non-casual presence of some key authors of the period between Renaissance and full Baroque. The same authors who, starting from the very same years, became the favorite ones by Claudio Abbado and became the greatest hits of the movement of rediscovering, ancient music called Early Music Revival. I have to clarify that Claudio Abbado's approach to the so-called ancient music is absolutely personal, undoubtedly coherent with his own research of unexplored musical situations, which he always wanted to share with as many people as possible. Along our trail, we indeed realized that this is not a quantitative exploration open to the mass of possible authors of a repertoire which was endless. But these were precise and accurate choices related to very few authors from the end of the 1400 to halfway through the 1700, but prolonged for many tens of years. One of the statements by Claudio Abbado on his vision of ancient music is in the preface of Glenn Watkins' volume, The Gesualdo Hex, published in English in 2010. In those dense 2 pages, which I remember I undertook the commitment to ask Claudio Abbado because Glenn Watkins wanted his preface for his own volume. Abbado not only makes the reasons explicit to the reason why he got closer to Gesualdo's music, but he says that he has found common elements with a number of past musicians, all already studied and performed in the previous years, as if everyone were part of a special chain of masters. Something in the madrigals by Gesualdo would take him back to the sounding experiences he went through already with a new way of performing Mozart, or with the Brandenburgian concerts by Bach, or more recently with Pergolesi, another genius and visionary, as he says, where Abbado sees a trace by Gesualdo. In my own contribution, I want to go back to this chain of ancient masters, trying to highlight the traces of their own relationship with Abbado, conductor and creator of very original concert programs. Of course, I have just a little time available, and I can just give you general indications with some specificities and hope some methodological pieces of advice for further investigations as it happened in all the other reports. And I have used for this quick summary chronologies and essays contained in the volumes dedicated to the 4 production periods, the period at La Scala, the 10 years in Berlin, the seasons of Milano Musica, and the activities of Mozart Orchestra in Bologna, also because these are the periods when these authors emerged more, and the period that has to do with me, that is what has been done on Gesualdo in Basilicata, as it was anticipated by the previous speaker. I was able to cross these pieces of information with a limited amount of recordings, and the scores which used to belong to the musical library of Claudio Abbado made available available to the Staatsbibliothek to Berlin, where digitalization is ongoing, and deposited by the family. Thank you to Angela Ida de Benedictis, Orazio Bossini, the staff of Milano Musica, Franco Pulcini, Benedetta Scandola, Maria Maino, and all the musicians who were able to actually talk about their own experiences with Claudio Abbado and Alessandra and Daniele, his son and daughters, from the depth of my heart. A Baroque program, curiously, characterizes the debut as conductor by Claudio Abbado in Milan in 1960 at the Piccola Scala. This is a program which is entirely devoted to Alessandro Scarlatti for a celebration concert of the 300th year of the birth of the Palermitano, who was born in 1660, on November 24th, 1960, with the orchestra alla Scala, with the choir, the camera of the Philharmonic of Munich. This was a liking by Abbado of those choirs, and he kept on repeating us, if you want a good choir, you have to go to Austria or Germany. The program, as you can read, was the Symphony in number 4 out of the 12 Concerto Grosso symphonies of 1715 by Scarlatti, a duet by the Oratorio Selecia, and the Symphony and Dance from the Opera Tigrane, and the Mass of Santa Cecilia, with the participation of the other soloist, also with Mr. Herbert Hand. His relationship with Sicily, and therefore Scarlatti, was, as it was mentioned this morning, was very peculiar for Abbado. He loved to remind people that his ancestors, Abbasidi, were Arabs from Sicily before the year 1000. 1960 marked, among other things, the musicological retrieval of Scarlatti after the pioneering work by Dent. In actuality, people started to hear talk about Alessandro Scarlatti in musicology only after 1960. And this sounds as being a meaningful coincidence, anticipating discoveries by Rossini and Verdi new works connected with his own interpretation. Be a little ahead. Right after he was appointed director of the theatre alla Scala, that is, since 1968, names of ancient authors are a constant presence. You start in 1969 with a very ambitious operation which fascinated me, anticipating the border between ancient and contemporary, which was typical of the seasons in Berlin and found in some programs at La Scala in 2 following decennia. It's still there. It's still the same slide. On March 13th, 1969, Abbado conducts Oedipus Rex by Stravinsky, preceded by the choirs of the Oedipus Rex by Sophocles by Andrea Gabrieli for the opening of the Teatro Olimpico in Vicenza in 1585. This is a masterpiece of the rediscovery of the Greek music, which will indeed lead us to the melodrama. Performed at La Scala as musiche di scena. There was a kind of mistake and misunderstanding on the meaning of that particular program. Performance was carried out by the ensemble by Herbert Hand, whom I have just mentioned. The connection between Stravinsky and theatre was being pointed out by Riccardo Chailly, who was a personal witness of this. Although 9 years earlier, this musicological study, which was very detailed of that particular work by Andrea Gabrieli from Leo Schrader, the most intuitive explanation, because I've wondered why is it to choose Andrea Gabrieli's music, the most intuitive explanation is not the fact that some musicologists would study that, but through Luigi Nono, whom Abbado met in 1965, he had plenty of time to tell him a number of things which were his own passion. Nono had a legacy from Malipiero, beside a capillary background of the polyphonic music between the Middle Ages and Renaissance, a strong interest among whom Andrea and Giovanni Gabrieli. And also Giovanni, a nephew of Andrea Gabrieli, plays in a concert at La Scala in 1978, which was also performed in Switzerland, in Lucerne, in Belgium, and Gand. There are 4 Sacre Sinfonie, 12 printed volumes in 1597, the first, and 12 pieces printed in 1597, and the second book in 1615, published after his death. Then Hiam non dicam and Miserere in 6 voices, Domine exaudi 10 voices, and Jubilate Deo 15 voices. Already remembering the number of voices and number of choirs that Giovanni Gabrieli wanted for St. Mark, this has to do with Luigi Nono, evidently. The coupling with Giovanni Gabrieli this time is with Te Deum by Giuseppe Verdi, and to the point of getting to the cantata Alexandra Nevsky, opera 78 by Prokofiev, with the mezzo-soprano. We haven't as yet found Andrea Gabrieli's choirs in the digitalization in Berlin, but there are 3 volumes by Giovanni Gabrieli. 2 of the sacred symphonies performed at La Scala, Domine exaudi and Miserere, besides Canzoni per Sonara 4, printed by Schott in 1961, but there is no mark, as if it had never been opened. So, you see very early in these volumes that there is really no need of marking or handwritings by Claudio Abbado. Now, both the Miserere and the Domini Exaudi, Orazione Meam, have been handwritten. The first is probably done by him, drafted by Virgilio Fagotto, the director of the conservatory in Venice, and who died in 2013 at 85 years of age. Fagotto was a disciple of Malipiero, and he helped him to write the Sacre Canzones by Giovanni and the music by Andrea Gabrieli. Abbado's notes on the cover confirm the performances in Switzerland and Belgium in 1979. Only Miserere has been hand copied, the copyright of a French edition in 1971. In a logic development, the 2 Gabrielis can be indeed framed within the Claudio Monteverde music. The Divine Claudio, and here the play is the interplay is possible. The other one liked the profane music with a dramatic content. The books with his notes in Berlin are referred to the entire Ottavo Libro dei Madrigali, the 1638 one, and the Lamento di Ariana, Lamento della Ninfa, Combattimento di Tancredi e Florinda, other Canti d'Amor, and the Madrigal, Con Soavità. This last piece is taken from the 7th book of the Madrigals, with a 1 voice and instruments and 3 choirs, and was part of a program at La Scala on November 8, 1976, entitled Musica del nostro tempo, coupling Gruppen by Stockhausen and Herzgewachste Opera 20 by Schoenberg. You have to take notes, and that the instrumentation carried out in 1976 is being noted here with a pencil. Guitar, lute, harpsichord, 2 violins, etc. You have chitarrone, spinetta, viole da braccio, basso di viola, etc. So this is an attempt of trying to find modern instruments. We are in the 70s for very special pieces. Well, here is just to show you some of the notes by Maestro Abbado, very limited indeed, but sometimes also with some change of chords or notes. Is very cautious anyway. Vis-à-vis the programs at La Scala, Monteverdi comes back, more importantly, starting from the Berliner cycles, and then he will also be present in Ferrara and Bologna. Interviews in Lydia Bramani's book, Music over Berlin, because the ancient cycle is mentioned in that volume. Well, this clarifies many of the reasons why Claudio Abbado, again, was interested in these pieces which we mentioned by Monteverdi. We start with Orpheus. We're talking about the ancient music. The opera dates in 1607 and is considered to be the first masterpiece in the history of European melodrama, set in the cycle of the myth of the year 1994-95 in Berlin. Part of the same cycle, and this is also natural, there was the performance of Lamento di Arianna, the only superseding fragment of the opera Arianna that Monteverdi composed on the following year in Mantua. The same was performed in Ferrara in 1998 in a CD version together with Con che soavità and Combattimento di Tancredi e Florinda. This tribal production was then being performed in Berlin in 1999 for the cycle Love and Death, and in the volume Music over Berlin. And there is a very dense page on this, and it's very useful in order to know more about his relationship with Monteverdi. The recording of 3 Monteverdian pieces in Ferrara from September 25th, 1998 was published in a CD in 2003 by Ferrara Musica, and allows us an immediate comparison with the various scores used by Abbado and kept in Berlin. And the CD bears notes by Angelo Folletto. Probably he doesn't even remember that.
So the extraordinary voice of Anna Caterina Antonacci, well, that voice was supported by ancient instrument, which was a circumstance that was not so usual for Abbado in those years. And that was made of 2 violins, viola da gamba, 2 + 2 cellos, 2 vallons, luto, chitarrone, and 2 cymbals, whilst Abbado would direct from a harpsichord, which is also quite unusual. That is something that I didn't come across so often. And of course, he looked to be very attracted by the historical praxis that was become trendy in that moment. So the 2 digitalized versions in Berlin from Lamento di Arianna, well, the recent one doesn't show any notes, where indeed there are many notes in the version of Opera Omnia. And the speaker is interrupting himself because a slide is missing. I just meant to show you the additional notes that Maestro Abbado had added on the Lamento d'Arianna release from the very ancient Opera Omnia version from Malipiero for Ricordi. So he was going on using the most, let's say, the most ancient pieces as opposed to adopting the new ones. So also the Madrigal con che soavità has been studied through many notes, whereas the Combattimento di Tancredi and Clorinda, he's using the version of Dennis Stephen, published by Oxford University Press in 1962. Very few corrections and few signs also. ensemble with original instruments is being used by Claudio Abbado also for his second recording of the Brandenburg concert released for Deutsche Grammophon in 2008, starting from a live recording made in Reggio Emilia, April 2007. Although many parts of the Mozart Orchestra were engaged, they were also welcoming guests, some roles, viola da gamba, violin, flute, and harpsichord played by Ottavio Dantone, with whom he had a long-lasting collaboration. They were mutually trusting each other. Now, I will not make a comment on this operation, and I don't want to analyze the role of Johann Sebastian Bach in the Abbado's programs. This was mentioned also by Maestro Chaillet this morning, also because there will be a specific relationship that will follow my speech now. But actually, it is fairly evident as we go through his scores, we understand that Bach played an important role in the music thinking of Abbado throughout his career. Also, I will not dig up into any details in terms of pre-classical composers. For instance, during the Berlin cycle, we come across Purcell, Dido, and Aeneas. We do find some British composers also, and Vivaldi was also often being encountered in his study. Much more difficult to analyze are those scores from authors traditionally being considered Baroque by Abbado. Currently, to my knowledge, they're never appearing in the identified concert program. So perhaps they were sitting in his library, in his bookcase, but he never used them. And I will not mention either the Baroque conductors. It has been mentioned by Thomas Hangyan this morning when Abbado had this very interesting meeting with Nikolaus Harnoncourt, as well as Ottavio Dantone of his latest period. It's been really productive, but actually we would love to hear people talking through this, which I can't do. There's one thing that I want to actually mention is the so-called Pergolesi case. And I had prepared ad hoc slide quoting words that have been mentioned this morning around the expedition to Naples by Lidia Abramani, when she was saying that she was investigating into libraries in Naples. But then at the very end of all this studying, there was a single piece from Pergolesi, so the funnel was there to the point that after piles of paper and pieces, actually a single piece had been adapted. So for a long time, it looks like the author of the popular Stabat Mater being performed in La Scala, October 1969, and then Hesper Chronology has been played once again in many different venues, both in Italy and abroad, up until 1979. As you can see on the cover of Stabat Mater, Abbado has made notes of his first performance in Salzburg in 1968 with Janowitz and Forster, and he went on using throughout the rest of his career the edition of the Score Eulenburg published in 1927, and he would add notes on notes. So starting from the first Milanese version, which was touring with the Orchestra of La Scala for over a decade, you may also appreciate a video of what was broadcast in Ossiac with Katia Ricciarelli and Lucia Valentina. Bologna. And you can make a comparison with what was recorded in Bologna by Abbado in 2007 with Rachel Arnish and Sara Mingardo with the Mozart Orchestra, published by Archive in 2010, along with Concert for Violin and Salve Regina in C minor. And it is, as it is known, the very first of a triptych of recordings of music of Pergolesi. The attempt here was to actually adopt a 430 hertz, and I am the witness of the great accuracy with which Abbado has coped with the preparation and the choice of scores for the project Pergolesi, because he actually spoke to me and he asked me if I could help him for comparison purposes. And I was traveling to Ferrara after speaking with an expert, Dorazio. He had just performed it, and so I had prepared everything that was available for that concert for violin. But that edition apparently is not sitting in the Abbado library in Berlin, so it hasn't been digitalized yet. But you may find other scores, Dixit, the Mass of Sant'Emidio, and other compositions, Flaminio, Pulcinella from Stravinsky, with the dedication of Marcello Panni, who had toured around Europe ever since 1982 with the scene from Roberto De Simone. The last ancient composer I'd like to mention is Carlo Gesualdo. So few names I was actually considering, starting from Gabrieli, Monteverdi, Pergolesi, skipping Bach, and now Gesualdo. In an article dated 2011 on New Yorker, Alex Ross had shown this composer from late Renaissance being defined as the Prince of the Darkness. So again, the Prince of the Darkness, which is back from the myth. Still, the belated discovery of Gesualdo's music would not stem in Abbado from the interest of let's say, a kinky biography as it was for the intellectuals of the 1900s. But actually, he had music reasons for that. Back in 2003, when we suggested that he would come and get a PhD honoris causa, Abbado said, yes, I'm coming and having a look because I want to see the place where Gesualdo is coming from. And actually, none of us would really expect that Abbado was interested in that composer at all. And also, he was also asking whether he could meet a real expert of the music of Gesualdo so that he could understand this composition technique, that it was absolutely mysterious to him. And he was very happy because actually we were inviting Glenn Watkins from the United States. And up until a few months ago, well, unfortunately, passed away April this year. He was at 94 years old. He was actually the historian studying Gesualdo all over the world. And Mr. Gesualdo clearly remembers the meeting with Claudio Abbado. They had this meeting for 2 hours, speaking through the music of Gesualdo for 2 hours. And in the ending, Watkins said to Gesualdo that he hadn't understood the whole thing, actually. And so they all realized that Gesualdo mysterious music was the same for many people. And this is why Watkins actually mentioned in his book at this very important meeting. I am convinced that Claudio Abbado discovered about the music of Gesualdo as he was spending time in Ferrara, especially after his second marriage with Leonora d'Este. October 2003, few days before his trip to Basilicata, Abbado had welcomed to the season of Ferrara Musica a concert that was entirely devoted to Gesualdo with Kind Concert, and in his Lectio Magistralis in Potenza, he had prepared a surprising speech that would combine together the interest for the water of Basilicata and to the potentiality for a new sustainability outlook for the planet. the strong request of providing new critique to the work of Carlo Gesualdo, which was absolutely a great need to him. And actually, this has now been accomplished. So there's a critique work that it's been now been made of Gesualdo's music upon the strong will of Maestro Abbado. So this work is about to be published and still shows the name of Abbado as well as Glenn Watkins as the scientific director. So after that first meeting in 2003, Abbado asked if he could go back to Basilicata once again the next year to organize a festival in name of Gesualdo and some additional initiatives. And throughout that period of time, we were actually able to start the so-called Gesualdo Oggi, which is a festival, as well as a Master of Ancient Music at a university. So where teachers would actually teach how the Baroque singing and flute and so on. And he was also asking to be back in 2004 with an additional initiative. He wanted to conduct Gesualdo's madrigals, and that was the case. That happened. He was conducting the madrigals from Gesualdo that he had prepared for over a week with Ars Longa de La Habana, so a group of musicians he had discovered in Cuba, because he had understood that those musicians were very good at both singing as well as playing instruments all at the same time. And he had realized that those musicians were the only one capable of doing that. So those people were able to both sing and play all together at the same time with that great quality. So that concert was being held, performed in Potenza and Matera. It was broadcast through television, and it was replicated in many Italian cities. As you can appreciate from some of these pictures, Abbado would actually use the latest release with the blue cover from the ancient publication Ugrino, and that edition has been entirely digitalized, and it sits in Berlin. And it includes holy music volumes in more replicas, actually. The first 4 books of madrigals, they don't seem to be studied. They don't show any signs, whereas book 5 and 6, they show an unusual number of signs for relative to works of more ancient musicians.
From the index
avevano i titoli più
of the madrigal that had the most impressive titles. And also in this case, as it happened with Monteverdi, Bach, or Pergolesi, it is possible to cross this written information with the recordings, and particularly with the oral memory of the performers who worked with him. In our case, in Potenza, I spoke to our friends from Ars Longa de la Habana, whose director, Teresa Paz, and Alan Lopez live in Italy since a couple of years, and with Claudio dall'Abbado, who played a very significant role within this particular experience. Claudio dall'Abbado is a specialist of Renaissance music, a teacher at the Conservatory in Rome, very modest but very, very competent and always in the shade. He's been studying since many years the way of interpreting Renaissance music outside the system of our own common sense of modern and contemporary hearing. And he tries to re-establish a Renaissance-like sound. And Abbado wanted to work with him, and so Claudio dall'Abbado was being found. In one way or another, he used to tell Abbado the way the various modes in the madrigals had to take place, and Abbado, working on the scores together with the people from Cuba, created a mix which truly sounds rather incredible. A curiosity It is only the 6th book of madrigals by Gesualdo is kept in 2 copies. All the others have a single copy. And on this, as you can see here, on the copy that was being used in Potenza, there are a number of notes that have to do with the modal backbone of the madrigals that he was studying. In some cases, you see here the 5th mode or 11th transportato, and a number of other indications and remarks, besides the banal ones to underline the key words of the text. And here again, in terms of identification, this is elements for a modal analysis, which was definitely not what it usually would carry out. Now, in my presentation, which I'm concluding here, I try to show that the book on Gesualdo in 2010 by Glenn Watkins allowed to identify as a trail to understand the relationship Abbado was bearing with ancient music. 300 years that preceded his relationship with Mozart did not come as a consequence of the fashion of the early music revival or the taste of trying out something new or different. After the student revolution in 1968, the early music revival represented this under many respects for the Western world. By mixing all the sources available, it is confirmed the ancient musicians investigated by Abbado are very few and represented by very few works. The concept of ancient has very little to do with the idea of authenticity, philology, which caused furious discussions in the world of musicology in the year preceding the year 2000, and today have been given a new dimension, especially after what Richard Taruskin and other authoritative scholars did. Yet, for Claudio Abbado, ancient music is presented, as Lydia Bromani said this morning, through the poetic idea expressed by Margaret Yourcenar, that is, make the past modern, was the banner for him. This was what mattered to him. And on the philological scruple by Claudio Abbado, which marked his interest for the past in the 1800s, I indeed quote Oreste Bossini's word in the volume Listening to Silence in 2015. Choices by Abbado will probably remain assumption, depending upon a number of factors: aesthetics, art, and politics and social issues. But the preface to the volume, the Gesualdo Hex by Watkins, is a common line that, starting from Gesualdo as a last frontier, would unite in an inverse chronological order Mozart, Bach, Pergolesi, Monteverdi, to go back to Gesualdo. This line is the so-called chromatic labyrinth, which fascinated generations and generations of composers. And here you can read Claudio Abbado's words, the chromatic labyrinth, which has fascinated generation of composers, remains the chapter in the art of music, so with a positive energy that can still reward the efforts of those who wish to study seriously. Thank you.
Grazie. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dinko Fabris. If I may just make a short add-on when it comes to Claudio Abbado's interest for the pre-classical repertoire with no prejudice. There are a couple of things that come to my mind. One is that in pre-classic repertoire was known in his own family with his father's orchestra when he played Vivaldi and many many other authors. When he harpsichord, he also recorded Gallupia, etc. So this was a world which would get closer and closer to the repertoire without those criteria being highlighted falsely. And the other thing that comes to my mind and was not mentioned in the pieces by Abbado between 60s and 70s is transcripts from Madonna and Gabrieli. You asked for the interview so that we can switch, material. When in 2003 Abbado worked out the Gesualdo project, he reminded us all how Gesualdo was not the author connected with Nono, but Maderna. I have reread this interview, and this weird interplay is worth noting. In this particular case, his relationship with the ancient time, which was right up front, was already there, and also the relationship between ancient and modern. The first concert by Claudio Abbado and Zubin Mehta in Milan, the Brandenburgians and the Kammermusik. This was a program split in half, really. And in this particular case, it was not just a monographic focus, but it was a quest of getting into the contemporary world, also ancient music. Thank you. If there are questions connected with the reports of the three previous speakers, time has come for you to ask them. Otherwise, we pause for some 10 minutes with no coffee, because unfortunately COVID-19 does not allow us to have a coffee break, so that we can get ready for the second session, which will be physical and virtual, because one of the speakers sent us his report because he wasn't in a position of being here physically. So are there questions about that? Okay, so we adjourn in 10 minutes at 10 minutes past 5. Okay, I shall wear my mask. Meanwhile, thank you.
Per favore? Seconda parte, seconda sessione, convegno Claudio Abbado. Per favore, volete prendere posto? Non avete la scusa del caffè freddo, non avete la scusa dello spritz, niente. Per favore, grazie. No, vi chiedo doppiamente di prendere posto e di darci doppiamente attenzione, perché purtroppo la seconda parte avremo una relazione, diciamo, per procura, nel senso che Sid McLaughlin, che doveva raccontare.
So we move next to Sid McLaughlin, and unfortunately has a flu and he cannot attend today, but we do have his presentation, which is going to be read by the gentleman, and he is one of our two translators, so he will read the original of this presentation.
Abbado Foundation, invited guests, fellow participants and interested public. I first met Claudio Abbado in the early 1990s while working as a balance engineer for Sony Classical. He had just been named chief conductor of the Berlin Philharmonic, and there was an ongoing competition between recording companies to document this new era. It also coincided with the peak of the CD boom, when music lovers all over the world, enthralled by the new medium or convinced by the advertising, were eager to refresh their collections with new digitalized interpretations. As a result, the industry in the 90s was thriving, just as it had in the 60s, when record enthusiasts replaced their mono libraries with new stereo recordings. But it was not only on the consumer side where changes were happening. The digitalization brought with it new possibilities at the front end of the recording process. Until the middle of the 20th century, all recordings can be considered live recordings. By this, I mean, whether in the studio or in front of an audience, the musicians would perhaps perform several versions of a work. But ultimately, one of these would have to be chosen in its entirety for production. Editing was not possible prior to tape-based recording systems, nor was rebalancing the orchestra after the sessions finished. Even the use of more than a single microphone only began in the mid-1930s. So, recording was really documenting, which in turn meant that sufficient rehearsal and exact microphone placement were essential. With the invention of semiconductors in the 60s, the size of recording equipment could be reduced and its capacity increased. The Beatles recorded synth papers on a 4-track recorder in the late 70s. A multi-track recording comprised at most 24 separate tracks. By the early 90s, that had doubled to 48 tracks, and when computer-based systems replaced the early tape-based digital recorders, the size, weight, and cost was dramatically lowered. However, More significant than the increase in the number of tracks was the advent of digital editing, which replaced physically splicing tape with a razor blade. As we will see, these developments substantially impacted the entire recording process, including what we meant by a live recording. While it would seem obvious then what it meant by live in the recording world, it differs radically from what the general public assumes. Recording dates in CD booklets generally reveal multiple dates. So one might assume that, similar to the early days, a live recording is the best performance among those recorded during a given period. Of course, there is some truth to this. And often there will be one performance that provides the basis for the final version. However, it's rarely whole movements or even complete sections that are glued together. The moment there are two performances of the same work, one can theoretically edit back and forth between the two, bar by bar or even note by note. And in addition to the multiple live performances to choose from, there is generally a patch session scheduled. This is, in effect, a recording session whose sole purpose is to isolate and re-record small sections of the music that had been unsuccessful in the live performances. The resulting performance becomes, in the best of cases, an optimized version with stellar, energized playing and few disturbing noises from the public. And in the worst, a kind of Frankenstein's monster where the clinically clean parts no longer combine to form a congruent musical whole, leaving the stitches clearly visible. To render these stitches invisible and have the edited recording perceived as a single performance, the various versions must match each other in tempo, dynamics, balance, and acoustics, and at each edit point. Yet a musician rarely performs exactly the same two nights in a row, and one quickly learns that afterwards all is not combinable together. And even the patch session holds its own special problems. Without the audience, the acoustics of a venue change, becoming anywhere from slightly to substantially more reverberant. But this change is not only a problem for the engineer who may be able to technically compensate for the difference, it also creates a challenge for the performance, and particularly the conductor, who need to find their tempi independent from the acoustics. In my experience, the same performers will unconsciously choose slower tempi in a more reverberant hall. So the tempi in the patch session could be slower because of the acoustics, and without an audience, it could be less intense as well. Even the projection of the instruments might change and shift the instrumental balance. If the material recorded at these sessions is to be of any use, the recording team needs to be providing the performers with critical feedback. During a studio recording, performing complete works could and probably should be an option, but unlike a live recording, it's not a necessity. In fact, recording an opera in the studio where performers may only sporadically interact with each other, having them sit and wait until they're on, is often logistically not feasible. Studio opera productions, such as Claudio Abbado's Boris Godunov, recorded in 17 studio sessions in Berlin, are more like film productions, with scenes and sections being recorded according to practical criteria rather than the chronology found in the score. On the other hand, during an orchestral or instrumental recording, the performers are present, and a complete performance shouldn't be treated like a luxury, but a necessity. So, while recording in the studio eliminates the problem of combining different acoustics without an audience, it doesn't guarantee that the performance will have the right energy or cohesion. Nor does it help that the time frame is tighter. A concert performance is preceded by rehearsals, which not only allow the conductor time to work on specifics of the interpretation and the players to refresh and polish their parts, but it also gives the recording team time to experiment with microphone placement and find a balance before recording starts. A studio recording begins more often than not without much rehearsal and the engineers scrambling to find the appropriate sound. Under these circumstances, creating and maintaining a focused, positive atmosphere is crucial, which in turn is reliant on frank communication. We should remember that for the artist, a studio recording is a very intimate act. The limits of their technical skills are often tested, as is untrod interpretive ground. The team is usually the only witness. Of course, musicians have to deal with these moments the minute they begin taking lessons. Apart from providing technical tips, a teacher is continually giving feedback on what they are hearing. In a very broad sense, the recording team, and in particular the producer, is doing exactly the same thing, providing the artist with a second, more distanced pair of ears. Therefore, it shouldn't be surprising that musicians often form special relationships with their recording teams. They are, in fact, integral to the creation of an artist's recorded legacy. I can't think of a single conductor who doesn't have a preference when it comes to who is sitting in the control room. And most will try to retain, if not the entire team, then at least the producer for as long as possible. In the case of Claudio Abbado, this certainly holds true. Over the course of 50 years at Deutsche Grammophon, he worked primarily with only 3 or 4 recording producers. However, his collaborations at other labels were not so stable. During my 5 Sony classical years as balance engineer, I worked with 5 different producers on his projects. Obviously, there were personality clashes, and a trusting bond between producer and artist never formed. As I mentioned, the producer is the artist's second set of ears, and as such needs to be in regular verbal contact throughout the recording period. For live recordings, this is restricted to before or between performances. For studio recordings, there are generally 3 means of communication: telephone, speaker, or during a break. Listening together during a break is, of course, the easiest way of communicating, particularly if other members of the orchestra are also present. Often, one doesn't even have to point out the problems. Everyone can hear them for themselves. However, time seldom allows more than 1 or 2 listening breaks per session, which is not enough to cover everything. So, if the recording needs to be interrupted by the producer, the telephone offers the most private means. It also allows the comments to be filtered by the conductor, who can best judge how or even whether to pass them along to the players. Claudio Abbado would often simply adjust his gestures to convey the message, as opposed to spelling it out verbally. However, if time is limited or running out, speaking directly over a loudspeaker to the whole orchestra eliminates the need for repetition by the conductor. But this demands a high level of trust between artist and producer. So the producer must also be in part, I would say, and I dare say, psychologist, or at least have very good radars. When can a session be interrupted? How direct can the comments be? When does one have to be insistent? When to let go? As the name implies, the balance engineer is responsible for capturing the sound that eventually winds up on the CD. They need to determine how many microphones are needed and where they are to be placed. Can each microphone be recorded onto a separate track, or do some have to be combined on a common track? Apart from the available equipment, the answers to these questions depend on the score, the venue, and how the preferences of the producer and artist intersect with the engineer's own. By knowing the expectations, it's far easier to obtain the desired sound and with less stress for everyone. So, again, communication is a key ingredient, but also openness and flexibility. As you can see, each team member has specific tasks to perform, but assuming a certain level of professional competence, ultimately it's how well they interact with each other that is the deciding factor. A recording session should feel a bit like a reunion of old friends, albeit with underlying hierarchy. At the top is the artist, then the producer, balance engineer, and, if necessary, assistant engineer. However, in a good team, this hierarchy isn't felt. Each person has their own area of expertise and enjoys the respect of the others. This was very much what I experienced working with Maestro Abbado, although his unwillingness to accept that's not possible was as apparent in the studio as elsewhere in his musical life. It was offset by his confidence and respect for the abilities of those around him. Problems that initially seemed impossible were somehow ultimately overcome. Without having a copy of his complete discography, I think it's safe to say that the recording accompanied Claudio Abbado throughout his professional life. Alone for Deutsche Grammophon and Decca, his legacy fills over 225 CDs. But perhaps the wish to leave a musical legacy was not the real driving force behind this impressive discography. My impression was that not only did he truly enjoy the process, but the discussions at the sessions and the possibilities that post-production offered afterwards helped him clarify his interpretation for future performances. But what do I mean by post-production? Essentially, it means editing and remixing. As I mentioned at the outset of my speech, technological advancements have had the greatest impact on this aspect of the recording process and will undoubtedly continue to evolve in the future. A prerequisite for being able to remix is having recorded on a multi-track recorder at the session. However, this only became the norm in classical music once the cost and size of the equipment was reduced. Very few companies could afford to be transporting the necessary equipment in the analog and early digital days, Deutsche Grammophon being one of them. But it was also a philosophical position. Do we even want to be able to change the balance afterwards? For some, the answer was clearly no. The balance engineer was like a performer, and he or she did their best at the session. Balance changes in post-production were considered artificial. In this, the record company justifying not wanting to make the necessary investment, it is ideology, or is there some truth to this statement, one wonders. Probably all three options are true. The fact is that changing the balance at the mixing console does not always solve the problem. Let's say the second violins have played a phrase too softly. One can increase the level of their track, making them audibly louder. However, the color of the instrument does not change, as it would if the violins actually had played louder. Technically, we could say the harmonic structure of the violin tone doesn't match its perceived volume, and therefore, to some, could sound artificial. This phenomena applies to all acoustic instruments. Simply thinking at the session that it can be fixed later in the remix leads, more often than not, leads to disappointment. We need to bear in mind that, in this case, the second violin microphone will also have picked up other instruments in the vicinity, some of which might even be louder than the violins themselves. Ideally, balance problems should be identified and solved during the session, making only small level adjustments necessary during post-production. But the time is always a factor at a recording session, as is the wish to keep the flow going and not to repeat things too often. Interrupt a session too often and nerves will be ready to fray. So, how do we manage this? The easiest way is to have the artist listen and discuss in the control room. But as I have pointed out, that is limited time-wise. Nor it is easy for an artist to adjust from the high energy level of the stage to the reserved atmosphere of a control room. And what is the recording trying to capture in the first place, one may wonder. What kind of a sound the conductor hears? The sounds the audience hears in, say, row 15, or perhaps something in between. Balance engineers, producers, and conductors may all have different answers to these needs. And we must wonder what is the recording process and think about the way it will end well. Again, we see the advantage of teams being kept together. What the artist is looking for sonically is unlikely to change radically from the recording to another recording. In the case of Claudio Abbado, I would say he was looking for something between the global image heard by the audience and the analytical, very direct image he was hearing on the podium. In any case, ultimately, the score was the guide. For example, the strings have a much more homogeneous and beautiful blend when heard from the hall. But the balance within the strings may not always be ideal. Depending on the orchestra setup, there is always at least one group, usually violas or second violins, that is projecting away from the audience. From the conductor's position, this is not so noticeable, but depending on the hall and its acoustics, this can be quite dramatic further away. As I have mentioned, waiting to fix this in the remix rarely gives the best results. Apart from the problem described earlier, there is a further one. Often, it's not that something is too soft, it's that something else is too loud. Sustained brass or woodwind chords are common culprits. One thing I learned from Maestro Abbado was that this problem could often be resolved if, in addition to playing somewhat softer, the offending player or group played a diminuendo through the bars in question. This often allowed those being covered to be heard without having to artificially boost their volume. But this kind of correction has to be done at the session, as the instruments that are too loud are usually too loud in the hall and being picked up in other microphones as well. Trying to reduce the volume of a trumpet playing forte by lowering their microphone is quite pointless. Not only it is being picked up by other microphones, its own is probably already closed anyway. I realized that pointing out imbalances we were hearing in the control room were precisely the kind of comments that Maestro Abbado not only wanted, but expected from his team during the session. In many cases, I was quite sure that he was so quick to agree because he was hearing the same thing on the stage. But having it come from the control room gives the conductor a break from always being the one to tell someone to play softer. To summarize, remixing can help the conductor get even closer to their ideal, but objectively remains a somewhat subtle improvement. If the final mix differs substantially from the session mix, then there had been a communication problem at a session. By definition, a recording has a certain permanency. It is not here today and gone tomorrow. Unfortunately, that can have a huge psychological impact on the participants. Is there anything more terrifying for a musician than thinking, this is probably the only chance I'll have to leave my interpretation of this work for posterity? Musicians who can't free themselves from this thought will probably never feel comfortable in the studio. While I wouldn't say that Claudio Abbado was oblivious to thoughts of posterity, it never seemed to block his genuine love of music making and wish or need to push the boundary of what was possible, to make full use of the tools that recording provided. When seen that way, recording presents the artists with real opportunities to create something that may never be possible in concert. Technical perfection, be it on the level of the individual notes or ensemble playing, is not essential to a great performance. Some might even say it can get in the way of making music. Others, however, might think, will I really be able to enjoy listening to this over and over if I know the upcoming solo is not good? So why not try for both technically pristine playing and musically optimal expression? In a sense, that's the carrot the ending phase of a recording is chasing. It's the producer's job at the session to have the overview of whether all the notes have been performed correctly and, equally important, if they are usable. As I mentioned earlier, tempo, intensity, and acoustics must all line up for an edit between performances to be inaudible. In addition to the notes, the producer must also be following the musical flow of the interpretation to gauge whether it's convincing and in line with what the artist is seeking. That is, of course, nearly impossible to know for sure. So, ideally, the artist would listen to each take and say, this is what I'm after, or that is definitely not what I want. Time rarely allows this, neither at the session nor afterwards. However, one does get to know some of the obvious essentials of an artist's vision. With Claudio Abbado, in addition to the correct notes, the easiest wish to understand and hopefully correct was good ensemble playing and attention to dynamics. Musicians who don't start a phrase or chord together are obviously not watching him or listening to each other. I think he would forgive the former, but not the latter. Although tidying up entrances or ensemble playing is something that in the digital era can often be done manually in post-production, just as with dynamic changes, if these can be corrected at the session, all the better. In either case, it's the producer's responsibility to draw up an edit plan using the performances which seem to be closest to the conductor's vision. Ultimately, the litmus test of a recording team's work is when the artist receives the first edited version for comments. While writing correction lists works for things like wrong notes, uncertain intonation, or barred ensemble playing, it can be harder to specify what is still lacking on the musical plane. In the case of Maestro Abbado, the listening session would generally be in his own home, which was helpful for a number of reasons. Basic but essential concerns could be checked first-hand. In the playback system working properly, you would wonder, is it really so? Are the speakers correctly placed? But it also allowed you to follow along with he checked his conducting score. Smiling when problems that he had previously circled in his score from countless rehearsals and performances didn't materialize. Or, at other times, frustrated that the phrasing or articulation was still not clear enough and wondering if something could be done. Possibly another version or a bit of creative mixing. Perhaps the whole thing needed to be slightly softer. Even after decades of recording, he was still pushing the border of what was possible. That kept us all on our toes, but also led to an incomparable discography. Thank you.
Grazie di questo viaggio proprio nel mondo della sala.
Thank you so much for this beautiful journey in a recording studio, and this kind of collision that happens to be created amongst producer, artists, and so on. And at times you also perceive words like ideology, philosophy, that don't have much to do with the technical aspects. But at the end of the day, those very words are those words that the master would go after in the performance. Remember Mrs. Calabrese, she was speaking through the layout, the positioning of the instruments, that woods should be always next or closer or further advanced. So these are aspects, these are, let's say, concerns that still make us think that we should never be afraid, because there's no juxtaposition between perfection and between seeking for what is best. Of course, external experiences, they end up getting in, stepping in, and they provide some kind of humanity in the recording studio. And Matt Catlin, by the way, collaborated for a quarter of a century or so with Maestro Abbado. So these observations of his are not just generic, but they're strongly tied and associated to the experiences had with Maestro Abbado. Whereas when it comes to the experiences in recording studio, well, we hear from Martin Elste, whom I invite to take place, violinist, musicologist, Disciple of House, and he studied Fugue and Bach and wrote extensively about it. And for over 35 years, he was director of musical instruments in Berlin. And this PhD dissertation work he did, devoted to Bach, I think will play a very important role in his presentation.
Claudio Abbado, the recording conductor, is my title. But in the course of this afternoon, I thought, well, we could also call this whole session, at least to a certain extent, Hans Swarovski's afterlife. You will see there are connections also in my talk to Hans Swarovski. And I continue in my talk with another aspect of the recorded sound, not with the recorded sound as it is done by the producers and then given away to the record company, but I start when it is given to the record company and what happens then, basically. So I have been invited to speak about Claudio Abbado as recording artist. Such a large aspect, and sure enough, in the case of Abbado, it is very large, can easily wither into a mere catalogue of recordings. Especially so as Abbado has recorded an extremely varied range of compositions stretching from works by composers with their birth dates ranging from 1678 through 1955, namely Antonio Vivaldi to Paolo Perezzani, and I'm speaking of the issued recordings, of the commercially issued recordings. Abbado was a truly and universal recording artist. His recorded legacy amounts to some currently available 85 hours issued by commercial record companies. In addition to these recordings, there are some 30 videos available through streaming that feature the concerts given by Abbado and the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra between 1989 and 2013. And you can listen to and watch further live recordings on the internet. Obviously, his emphasis was on the masterworks of the classical and romantic era, yet not limited to the symphonic repertoire. Let me remind you that in 1969, he recorded with the Schicksalslied and the Rinaldo Cantata by Brahms, pieces which were anything else but mainstream repertoire. Opera recordings from Mozart to Berg also make up a large section of Abbado's recorded legacy. For the music critic, it would certainly be worthwhile to talk about his grand roster of charming Rossini and impressive Verdi opera recordings, about the way he has transformed the Russian Tchaikovsky into a composer rooted in Western values of dignity. You see, I speak with the language of record criticism, but this is far beyond my paper's intention. Instead, I want to look at Abbado as a conductor within the framework of style change. Several questions arise when dealing with this subject. To which extent do styles in music making change? How often do they change? Why do they change? Who do they affect? To which extent are they personal or common? Obviously, the answers to those questions have to be speculative as all biographical conclusions are. To place Abbado's recorded legacy within the pool of the vast field of commercial recordings, I suggest to look at other conductors of equal standing that belong to the same generation. In terms of vastness of repertoire, Zubin Mehta, born in 1936, and Lorin Maazel, born in 1930, are perhaps the closest colleagues of Abbado, followed by Seiichi Ozawa, born in 1935. With one of them, namely Zubin Mehta, Abbado was graduate at the legendary conducting class of Hans Swarovski at the Vienna Akademie für Musik und Darstellende Kunst. A fairly long appreciation of Swarovski's teaching, written by Abbado, has been printed on the back of the book jacket of the collected writings of Swarovski. This might serve as a document for the influence Swarovski had on his young Italian pupil. Abbado paid tribute to Swarovski as follows, I cite, "His fanatic honesty towards each score and his deep knowledge, perseverance and patience in explaining the works remain unforgettable. He always tried to show new ways to analyze a score. Each of his students then developed in a different direction. Each expanded his personal style, but the musical basis remained the same with all of them." End of quote. What was the main objective of Swarovski? When we read Swarovski's writings, we may summarize his self-conception as a conductor by citing a statement in the preface of his treatise Wahrung der Gestalt. I quote, "Als Nichtschöpfer habe ich mich entschlossen, nicht ein Nachschöpfer, sondern ein Diener des Schöpfers zu sein. As a non-creator, I decided for myself not to be an after-creator, but a servant to the creator." This could also have been a statement by Claudio Abbado. However, with such a statement in mind, one tends to neglect that the act of serving music as sound requires not only a state of objective interpretation, a state of reading to oneself. Instead, serving as musician means that you are, as musician, a medium per se, with its own characteristics. And these are firmly rooted in what we call musical style. Abbado was embedded in a musical style that was formed with the political, social, and psychological experiences of the 1930s as its burden. After all the atrocities of arbitrariness and warfare, racism and subjective exaggerations, also in the case of music, a mere analysis of what you saw in the musical scores seemed to be the only possible ethic means to make the written music sound. Abbado did not see himself as the maestro del mondo, as we know from a memorandum his secretary Brigitta Grabner wrote to the press officer of Deutsche Grammophon. Apparently, Abbado must have been furious, at least very concerned, when he saw the program notes for a concert in Frankfurt with an advertisement by Deutsche Grammophon containing the phrase Claudio Abbado, Maestro del Mondo. As Mrs. Grabner wrote in bold letters, "Oh, on no account this phrase may be used in Italy. This is very serious." Along with Swarovski's notion of being the composer's servant, Abbado belonged to a generation of musicians whose point of reference was the score and nothing else. With this in mind, he made use of authoritative editions, or so-called Urtext editions. His recording of all the Beethoven symphonies based on the editions by Jonathan Del Mar is a paradigmatic example of that approach. But part and parcel of all music making is its contention with everything not written in the score. And this insight leads us to a fundamental style change that took place after Abbado's career had shot off. Of all other famous conductors born plus minus 5 years within Abbado's year of birth, 1933, there were two who exercised an enormous influence on the performing style of music of the 18th century. I speak of Roger Norrington, born in 1934, and especially of Nicolaus Harnoncourt, born in 1929. Both Norrington as well as Harnoncourt started their recording work with a repertoire limited to the so-called Baroque era. But both extended their range of recordings well into compositions of the late 19th and even into some masterworks of the early 20th century. Especially Harnoncourt, through his rhetoric gift and energetic impulse, achieved a fundamental change of playing style based on his ideas of musical rhetoric. This meant basically that the instrumental line follows the speech, with individual emphasis and individual pauses within short phrases or even notes. The two conductors Harnoncourt opposed to were Herbert von Karajan and Karl Richter. And indeed, when you compare the recordings of the three with recordings by other conductors, you hardly observe a stronger difference as between the three: Karajan versus Richter, Karajan versus Harnoncourt, and Harnoncourt versus Richter. Obviously, conductors are vulnerable to fashion as much as any other musicians. What I call fashion, critics would call style. Abbado's recording career started in 1966 with several discs produced by the British Decca Company. Within the roster of conductors under contract of Decca, he fulfilled at the beginning the position of someone who bridged the gap between the symphonic repertoire. And it was a Deutsche Grammophon album which accounted for Abbado's early fame. The Ravel Piano Concerto and the Third Prokofiev Piano Concerto, performed by the young Martha Argerich, with Abbado accompanying her together with the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra. When this disc received the German Record Critics Award in 1968, the jury's judgment spoke of a marvelous reading, hot-blooded, sensitive, differentiated, and poised by two international emerging young musicians. Only a couple of years later, Deutsche Grammophon launched their vested interest in Abbado with a subscription box of one record. This was a unique case. Usually, subscription boxes consisted of 2 or more discs. For a limited period of time, usually from autumn until January following, these albums could be bought at a special price with advance payments. Here now, we had one disc only, but packaged in a box. To Deutsche Grammophon, it meant a double premiere. It was Deutsche Grammophon's move towards artists in America, here represented by the Boston Symphony Orchestra. And it was also the start of a long-standing recording contract with Abbado, featuring for the next decade, among others, all symphonies by Brahms, the last 4 symphonies by Tchaikovsky, Mahler's 2nd and 4th symphonies, plus 5 opera recordings Carmen, Il Barbiere di Siviglia, La Cenerentola, Macbeth, and Simon Boccanegra. With all this in mind, I want to focus on one aspect which is fairly unique in respect to the music performed and equally a rare case in respect to the performer in question. Claudio Abbado recording the Brandenburg Concertos by Johann Sebastian Bach. What is so special about 6 concertos, which are the very core of music of the early 18th century? I deliberately don't speak of music of the Baroque because, strictly speaking, the term Baroque music has been invented in the early 20th century and was shortly later changed from a term of style to a term characterizing a period. But this is a different matter with no influence on my talk. So again, what is so special about these 6 concertos? I also skipped the uniqueness of the set as 6 concertos, none of which doubles another one within the set. Instead, I want to look at their uniqueness with regard to the music's biography, their status after the act of composing. In other words, their media sociological uniqueness. And there are several aspects worth noting. First, with their complete duration of approximately 100 minutes, these 6 concertos fit well onto 2 long-playing discs. Second, with the exception of the 3rd concerto, which is solely composed for a group of strings, the remaining 5 concertos require instruments that are not generally part of a traditional symphony orchestra. A violino piccolo in the 1st concerto, a recorder in the 2nd concerto, arguably also a specialist trumpet player, 2 recorders in the 4th concerto, a keyboard instrument, harpsichord or pianoforte in the 5th, and finally, viola da gamba in the 6th concerto. In other words, in their demands of instruments, these concertos are way different from, for instance, the Handelian Concerto Grossi, Opus 6, or Vivaldi's Quattro Stagioni set. Third, we know that Bach didn't have many musicians at his disposal, neither in Leipzig nor at the court in Köthen, where he composed the set of the 6 concertos. And if there would be enough musicians to double and triple the parts, we can hardly imagine these compositions to be performed by large groups of instruments. With these aspects in mind, the Brandenburg concertos seem to be the perfect sample of, now I use the word, Baroque music, performed and recorded by chamber music groups, and especially by groups that have been and are devoted to the so-called historically informed performance practice, which I prefer to call historically oriented, or to use the German phrase, historisierende Aufführungspraxis. On one hand, compositions that call for specialists. On the other hand, compositions that are in highest esteem by musicians and music lovers alike, as well as by musicologists. It doesn't come as a big surprise that Abbado recorded the Brandenburg concertos 3 times. He recorded many symphonies and other compositions more than once, often within a rather short time span of 10 to 15 years. The thought there'd be a strong musical reason for a refresh undertaking on behalf of the maestro seems to be not that convincing. For these re-recordings were usually done with a different orchestra and for a different record label. This is also the case for the Brandenburg concertos. And there are important differences to Abbado's normal re-recordings, and these differences suggest a careful comparison of these renderings. Let me first speak about the organizational facts of these 3 sets of Brandenburg concertos. The first recording was done in November 1975, and January 1976 for Dischi Ricordi. It was produced for the Italian market. This complete recording has a very intricate history of dissemination. It must have had quite an impact on the appreciation of Bach's music on the Italian audience, because the first 3 concertos were distributed in a format invented in Italy and, as far as I know, adopted to Brazil as well. The publishing house Fabbri Editori brought out within regular intervals a series titled I Grandi Musicisti, as well as other thematic series. Each volume within this set consisted of a disc inside a kind of glossy, large-size paperback. It was the proletarian equivalent to a coffee table book, so to speak. Buyers could obtain month for month another fascicle of an encyclopedic collection for the working class to gain objects of knowledge that were insignia of the cultured class. Part and parcel of this proletarian dissemination was its distribution. These discs were sold at newspaper stands. Arguably, this way of distribution, of bringing music to the masses, must have been a reason for Abbado to agree to this enterprise. It remained his sole engagement with Dischi Ricordi, however. As I said, the first 3 concertos conducted by Abbado were published by Fabbri Editori for the Grandi Musicisti series. For the concertos 4 to 6, they licensed a very different recording coming from German Democratic Republic. This shows us the indifference in respect to the performer assumed by the editors. Choosing a particular recording by its performers has always been an indication of familiarity with the music. Dischi Ricordi issued the full Abbado set too, but as Dischi Ricordi had no international distribution, these discs remained being sold in Italy only, until a year later, when in 1978 a British release followed on the CBS Masterworks label. Robin Golding, the reviewer of the Gramophone magazine, did not like the recording for several reasons. One was that the harpsichord makes a dull job on his magnificent cadenza in number 5. The harpsichordist makes a dull job. As none of the soloists' names was stated in the CBS release, Golding could only name the instrument as such. Now we listen to an sample. read again what the reviewer said. The harpsichordist makes a dull job of his magnificent cadenza in number 5. For this recording, Abbado assembled I solisti dell'orchestra del Teatro alla Scala, with the maestro al cembalo of La Scala, Francesco Catena, playing the continuo part. 2 of the orchestra's cellists played the gamba parts in the 6th concerto, most likely not on the viola da gamba, but on the cello, and the recorder parts in the 2nd and 4th concertos were performed on the flute. The violino piccolo, requested in the 1st concerto, was given to an ordinary violin. The only external instrumentalist was the noted pianist Bruno Canino. Canino performed on the harpsichord the solo part of the 5th concerto, and by the way of the instrument's timbre, I'm pretty sure that it was either a Neupert harpsichord or a similar design by another of the revival harpsichord makers, yet definitely not an instrument based on historical evidence. I wonder what the gramophone reviewer would have commented about the cadenza of the 5th concerto had he known that Bruno Canino was the player. There had been plans by Deutsche Grammophon to record the Brandenburg concertos in August of 1998 in St. Moritz in connection with concerts given the previous days, but these plans did not materialize. Abbado's next recording of the Brandenburg concertos is a live recording of 2003 with the chamber ensemble of the Lucerne Festival Orchestra. It was released by the Lucerne Festival on its own label. In terms of tempo, this recording is even more remarkable than the commercial set to follow. But as it was distributed to a limited audience only, I will refrain from dealing with it in extenso. The 3rd and ultimate recording was done then in 2007, 31 years after the first. It was issued as audio CDs on the Deutsche Grammophon label, and there has been put out also a video DVD by EuroArts Music International of the very performance which took place in the Teatro Municipale Romulo Valli, Reggio Emilia, as I said, in 2007. This time the performers are members of the Orchestra Mozart. These 31 years were not just a generation, such as the arbitrary time span 1935 through 1965, or the time span 1900 through 1930. The distance of 31 years from 1976 to 2007 were special, because something very important took place and changed gradually our appreciation of performances of Baroque music. Let us take a look at the performing times of the 3rd concerto. Did Abbado in 1976 conduct the first movement in, believe it or not, leisurely 6 minutes and 35 seconds? He now in 2007 does it in a mere 5 minutes and 17 seconds, and thus only 25 seconds longer than the fastest recording ever, which is by Reinhard Köbel conducting the Berliner Baroque Solisten. To illustrate this, here's a juxtaposition of the 1976 and the 2007 recordings. Abbado's tempos are now, all in all, 12% faster than in '76. Back then, the complete duration of all 6 concertos was 103 minutes. Now, in 2007, it is only 91 minutes. But tempo is only one side of the coin. Equally important is phrasing and articulation. And also here we observe a general shifting to the current objectives of historically oriented performance practice. Regarding the ensemble, I cannot do better than quote Lindsay Kemp in his review of the DVD in the Gramophone magazine. I quote, "The orchestra is at first glance a curious gathering, mixing Baroque players such as violinist Giuliano Carmignoli and harpsichordist Ottavio Dantone, with modern names such as trumpeter Reinhold Friedrich and un-Baroque recorder player Michala Petri. Furthermore, a look round these instruments reveals mostly modern models, some hybrid, for instance, Jacques Zoon's wooden multi-keyed flute, and a sprinkling of Baroque bows. Mind you, most younger players these days are well versed in Baroque style, whatever they play on, and the tenor of these performances is firmly consistent with current ideas of what Baroque music ought to sound like." End of quote. What is the quintessence? We can assume that Abbado's general approach towards the score did not change. But what did change is the layer of current fashion in music making that superimposes any approach towards musical truth. In this respect, Abbado was as flexible as no other conductor of his standing and let the musicians perform. When we watched the video of the performance, we noticed that he withdrew himself from conducting at all in the 6th concerto. I mentioned earlier that Abbado did not want to be addressed as the maestro dal mondo. To this humble statement fits the fact that in the booklet to the 2007 Brandenburg concertos, Abbado is described as concertatore, that is, as correpetito, as coach, but not as conductor. Obviously, the designation goes back to him, describing his work, coaching the musicians to play in a manner that is apt for this music. Claudio Abbado, Maestro Concertatore. Is there any description more fitting? Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin Else, for this second journey we've been on. And I think there's no better way to actually conclude today's day. And I shall recognize the great efforts of people organizing this event. But meanwhile, I don't know whether they were expecting this perfect symphony and harmony amongst these presentations in the afternoon. So we've heard from all of these different bits and pieces and considerations which are now being blended in successfully in Martin Elster's presentation. I would like to remind you something. Well, the very first thing that Riccardo Chailly said this morning, he said that during intervals of vodka rehearsals, so people were allowed to copy signs that were on scores. So this idea of the sign, of copying, the sign as bearer of a meaning, and then in the end, that very sign still lives complete freedom, as we've just heard. So there's this image of complete freedom in choosing instruments players and in choosing soloists, and they were all, let's say, they all had different experiences and skill set. So that takes us back to the very key question we wondered about this morning. So does research mean to sit and stand still or go forward? Well, research is primarily imagination, and I think we've devoted a full day to say more about it. So thank you so much to all speakers today. So we're resuming our third session tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, Inhabiting Sound, New Spaces for Music, be moderated by Angela Ida De Benedictis, and we're welcoming Elena Abbado, Ida Cugliaro, Lorenza Borrani, Michela Chiappini, Marco Struppa, and Eva Maria Tomasi. Thank you all, and see you all tomorrow. Thank you. Good night.